Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita semoga tetap jaya, tetap jaya, tetap jaya. Satukan tekad masa depan kita, jadi kader penerus bangsa. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita melangkah ke depan, mengabdi pada bangsa dan negara, berbakti pada Tuhan Yang Esa, dalam kapasitas akademika. Fakultas Ekonomi, semangat ekuilibrium wawasan jauh ke depan, sejahterakan bangsa. Semangat ekuilibrium Fakultas Ekonomi pasti tetap jaya. Mari tingkatkan sumber daya kita, belajar tekun penuh semangat. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita semoga tetap jaya. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita semoga tetap jaya, tetap jaya, tetap jaya. Satukan tekad masa depan kita, jadi kader penerus bangsa. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita melangkah ke depan, mengabdi pada bangsa dan negara, berbakti pada Tuhan Yang Esa, dalam kapasitas akademika. Fakultas Ekonomi, semangat ekuilibrium wawasan jauh ke depan, sejahterakan bangsa. Semangat ekuilibrium Fakultas Ekonomi pasti tetap jaya. Mari tingkatkan sumber daya kita, belajar tekun penuh semangat. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita semoga tetap jaya. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita semoga tetap jaya, tetap jaya, tetap jaya. Satukan tekad masa depan kita, jadi kader penerus bangsa. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita melangkah ke depan, mengabdi pada bangsa dan negara, berbakti pada Tuhan Yang Esa, dalam kapasitas akademika. Fakultas Ekonomi, semangat ekuilibrium wawasan jauh ke depan, sejahterakan bangsa. Semangat ekuilibrium Fakultas Ekonomi pasti tetap jaya. Mari tingkatkan sumber daya kita, belajar tekun penuh semangat. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita semoga tetap jaya. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita semoga tetap jaya, tetap jaya, tetap jaya. Sivitas Akademika, Fakultas Ekonomi. Semangat ekuilibrium, wawasan jauh ke depan, sejahterakan bangsa. Semangat ekuilibrium, Fakultas Ekonomi, pasti tetap jaya. Mari tingkatkan sumber daya kita, belajar teguh penuh semangat. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita, semoga tetap jaya. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita, semoga tetap jaya. Tetap jaya, tetap jaya. Satukan tekad masa depan kita, jadi kader penerus bangsa. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita, melangkah ke depan, mengabdi pada bangsa dan negara, berbakti pada Tuhan Yang Esa, dalam kemasivitas akademika, Fakultas Ekonomi. Semangat ekuilibrium, wawasan jauh ke depan, sejahterakan bangsa. Semangat ekuilibrium, Fakultas Ekonomi, pasti tetap jaya. Mari tingkatkan sumber daya kita, belajar teguh penuh semangat. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita, semoga tetap jaya. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita, semoga tetap jaya. Tetap jaya, tetap jaya.
Attention please. International Webinar Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University Bali will be started soon.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to International Webinar 2022, Faculty of Economic and Business Udayana University.
In the world of digital industries, creativity and innovation are two interrelated ideas. Creativity is the first step in recognizing. Innovation is bringing something into action in the face of challenges, not just thinking. Creativity goes hand in hand with innovation. There is no innovation without creativity. Creativity and innovation inspire us to think out of the box. Those two aspects are critical for digital transformation and introducing new ways of thinking. Accelerated transformation in oversaturated digital spaces has helped bridge the gap between creative industries and technology. The Faculty of Economics at Udayana University International Webinar is proud to present the power of creativity and innovation for digital transformation.
Ladies and gentlemen, International Webinar 2022, Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University, with our grand team.
The power of creativity and innovation for digital transformation.
It's held to commemorate a special series of faculty's Dies Natalis annual event, Study, for September 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, the grand theme of this international webinar carries the big theme of creativity and innovation for digital transformation, which currently has a big role in this era. Digital transformation is something that is indispensable in all aspects of life, especially in today's highly sophisticated era.
Ladies and gentlemen, today the Faculty of Economic and Business Udayana University proudly present the International Webinar 2022.
It's my pleasure to welcome you to this event. My name is Surya Manika.
My name is Feran Kuru.
Will be the master of ceremony for this International Webinar 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to me to announce you to that among us here we have the Excellency Dean Faculty of Economic and Business Udayana University, Agus Ganesha Rayuda SAMT PhD.
The Honorable Keynote Speaker, Associate Professor of Marketing, the University of Western Australia Business School, Dr. Paul Harrigan.
The Honorable Speaker Riri Satria as a Commissioner PT Jakarta International Container Terminal, Founder and CEO, Value Alignment Advisory.
The Honorable Speaker Professional Institute Coordinator of Indonesian Young Entrepreneur Association, Blockchain Center Bali, Igde Putu Rahman Deshanta.
The Honorable Vice Dean and Coordinator
Atau perdana atau perempuan. Keduanya harus seimbang untuk dapat memutar roda perekonomian. Tari kebesaran Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Udayana dengan judul Sri Sedana dipersembahkan oleh Sivitas Akademik Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Udayana.
The next agenda, let's sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. All attendees may stand in perfect gesture. For the committed on the T, the time is yours.
Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah aku berdiri, jadi pandu ibuku. Indonesia kebangsaanku, bangsa dan tanah airku. Marilah kita bersatu, Indonesia bersatu. Hiduplah tanahku, hiduplah negeriku, bangsaku, rakyatku semuanya. Bangunlah jiwanya, bangunlah padanya, untuk Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya.
Next will be continued by singing hymn Udayana and hymn Faculty of Economics and Business.
Udayana
Om Swastiastu. Hadirin yang berbahagia, marilah kita hening sejenak bersama-sama memanjatkan doa untuk acara pada hari ini. Doa akan kami hantarkan menurut kepercayaan agama Hindu. Bagi agama lain dipersilakan untuk menyesuaikan. Om Awikanam Astu Namo Sidam. Om Sidirastu Tat Astu Swaha. Om Yang Widi. Dengan segala kebesaran dan keagungan ide Sang Yang Widiwasa, dengan tak henti-hentinya, kami mengucapkan puji serta syukur kehadirat ide Sang Yang Widiwasa. Om Yang Widi. Pada hari ini, Kamis 1 September 2022, kami hadir bersama mengikuti acara Seminar Internasional Dies Natalis Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Udayana ke-55, memohon berkah dan anugerah ide Sang Yang Widiwasa untuk selalu menyertai kami. Om Yang Widi, tunjukkanlah kami jalan utama, bimbinglah kami dalam segala langkah dan usaha. Om Yang Widi, jalan masih terbentang di depan kami. Mudahkanlah langkah kami dan berikanlah sinar bagi jalan kami. Om Yang Widi, ampunilah dosa dan kesalahan kami, serta terimalah doa dan permohonan kami. Om Dewa Suksemo Paramo Asintya Yanama Swaha Sarvo Karya Prasidantam. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Excellencies, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite the Dean Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University, to deliver speech. For the Dean Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University, the time is yours.
For all VIP guests and all attendants, may we sit down.
Check. Excellency Dr. Paul Harrigan, Associate Professor of Marketing at the University of Western Australia. Excellency Mr. Riri Satria, Commissioner PT Jakarta International Container Terminal and also founder and CEO Value Alignment Advisory. Excellency Igede Putu Rahman Desyanta, Professional Institute Coordinator of Indonesian Young Entrepreneurs Association. Dear Vice Deans, Head of Study Programs, Head of Unit, and Head of Administration Office at the Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University. Dear distinguished participants, either you watch it via online through our WebEx station or coming to our auditorium BH building. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends of economics and business, Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good morning. I am, on behalf of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University, pleased to welcome you to the international webinar on economics and business with the theme, The Power of Creativity and Innovation for Digital Transformation. This international seminar is held in relation to the 55th Dies Natalis of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University, where today we will have 3 international caliber keynote speakers to share about their expertise and experience in transforming their organization creatively and innovatively in this digital era. As have been reported that this international webinar is attended by more than 2,000 registered participants through Cisco WebEx events and other thousands via our faculty's official YouTube channel, Media FEB Unut. Dear ladies and gentlemen, digital transformation is defined as the use of new technology or the use of new digital technologies in the operationalization of business. Nowadays, not only multinational business enterprises, or we abbreviate it as MBEs, that can be identified to experience this transformation process, but also small and medium-sized enterprises or SMEs. The capabilities of MBEs and SMEs in using the newest digital technologies, for example, multi-social media, automation devices, to dynamically transform the way they work, collaborate with each other, and approach the markets become an important issue in this Industry 4.0 era. Possessing this so-called digital transformation capabilities will help MBEs and SMEs to accurately sense and seize opportunities to improve performance and to transform their existing portfolio. For example, routine activities, expansion to new markets, urge to devise new business models in order to achieve sustainable competitive advantage. In Indonesia, although these capabilities play an important part to MBEs and SMEs' overall growth, unfortunately, current research shows that Indonesia are ranked 13 in the Digital Maturity Index out of 14 Asia-Pacific countries. This implies that the current capabilities of Indonesian enterprises in adopting technology and going digital are still far behind the other Asia-Pacific countries. This in turn will impact their power to compete effectively with their competitor both in regional markets and international markets. The most tricky questions are about how Indonesia enterprises can boost up their digital transformation capabilities quickly so they can compete with their competitors in the market. And the second question is that what elements they put their attention to so they can transform their business process from the traditional one into the digital one smoothly. Ladies and gentlemen, in the seminar, we will try to have those questions answered. In the seminar, we will have Dr. Paul Harrigan as our keynote speakers to emphasize the importance of creativity and innovation in every step that the leader of each organization must take in order to smoothly involve digital into the business operation. We also have our invited speaker here offline in the BH building, Mr. Riri Satria and Mr. Igede Puturahman Desyanta, who will share their expertise and experience in transforming some of their business process to digital. Through real-life experience and example, we shall understand from 3 of them that creativity and innovation and also having leaders who commit to creativity and innovation will help the business trips to digital transformation, steady growth, and therefore competitive advantage. I believe for the participants that by participating in this seminar, we are in the right place and the right time to accelerate the exchange of ideas and scaling up of good practices in terms of digital transformation. I am confident that you will find new ideas, fresh energy, and novel partnership to sustain our efforts in transforming your business into the digital one to achieve competitive advantage. I'm hopeful that the presentations, discussions, and activities here will not inform you as the participants, but also the government, business, academia, and society about key approaches to collaborate together to provide the best approach to digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, here are the ends of our welcoming remarks. Thank you very much for joining the seminar. I'm hopeful that you will enjoy the seminar and feel the usefulness of the seminar. I wish you all a very successful international seminar today. Thank you. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Thank you to Agus Ganesha Rayuda SAMT PhD for delivering speech in this international webinar 2022, Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University, with our grand theme, the power of creativity and innovation for digital transformation. This international webinar is held to commemorate a special series of faculties Dies Natalis annual event. Ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to the opening procession of the International Webinar 2022, which is marked by beating the gong of 3 times. We invite the Vice Dean of Academic and Planning Affairs, Dr. Ida Bagus Putu Purba Darmaja, SAMA. And for the photo session, we invite to come to the stage Vice Dean of General Affairs and Finance, Dr. Igusti Ngurah Agung Suaryana, SAMSC.
Vice Dean of Student Affairs and Information, Dr. Igede Kajeng Baskara, SAMMAK.
Chair of the Committee, Ida Ayu Metia Pratiwi, SAMSE.
We also invite Speaker Riri Satria, Commissioner PT Jakarta International Container Terminal, Founder and CEO, Value Element Advisory.
Speaker Professional Institute Coordinator of Indonesian Young Entrepreneur Association, Blockchain Center Bali, Igede Putu Rahman Desyanta.
And we also invite keynote speaker, Associate Professor of Marketing, the University of Western Australia Business School, Dr. Paul Harrigan. Dr. Paul will be ready with the camera on Webex meeting room. To all VIP guests, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, and you may return to prescribed seat.
Distinguished guests and all the participants, that was a series of opening ceremonies for International Webinar 2022. Before proceeding to the main agenda, that is webinar session, previously we announced to the VIP guests that you have flexibility to continue all the scheduled activity. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are still in international webinar, and now we will go to a webinar session, which will be led by our moderator. First of all, allow me to introduce his profile. His education background: Bachelor of Accounting at Udayana University, Bali, Indonesia, 2000 until 2004. Master of Management at Udayana University, Bali, Indonesia, 2004 until 2006. Master of Accounting and Finance at the University of Adelaide, Australia, 2007 until 2009. Doctor of Philosophy in Accounting at Durham University, United Kingdom, on October 2016 until January 2022.
His work experience: consultant in a number of ministerial projects in Indonesia and Tanzania as Africa. Lecturer in accounting at the Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University, 2005 until now.
And his award on conditional pass in the PhD thesis Viva Voce, PhD thesis defense at Durham University Business School, United Kingdom, 2022. Best Presenter in 8th Annual PhD Experience Conference, University of Hull, United Kingdom, on 12 until 13 July 2017. The Golden Key International Honor Society of the University of Adelaide Chapter, 2009.
His professional membership: Associate Fellow Higher Education Academy, Advanced HA, United Kingdom, 2019 until now. Institute of Indonesian Chartered Accountant, 2013 until now, and the Golden K International Honor Society, 2009 until now.
His professional designation, Chartered Accountant, Certified Sustainability Reporting Specialist, Qualified Well Planner, Certified Sustainability Reporting Assurer, Associate Estate Planning Practitioner, Associate Fellow Higher Education Academy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming
Putu
Putu Agus
Agus Ardiana,
Ardiana, PhD.
PhD. To Putu Agus Ardiana, PhD, the time is yours.
Well, thank you, MC, for introducing me to the audience. Very good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining this international webinar, both online and offline, here at the Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University. Today, we're going to talk about a very interesting topic, which is about the power of creativity and innovation for digital transformation. Speaking of creativity and innovation, these two terminologies are critical elements that enable South Korea to escape from a middle-income trap. The questions are then, can Indonesia follow the success story of South Korea in fostering creativity and promoting innovations? Can Indonesia become a key player or just a tantalizing market in a digitalized world? Last but not least, what sort of strategy should Indonesia undertake in carrying out digital transformation? Those questions will be answered by our competent speakers today in this international webinar. First of all, I would like to introduce you our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker is Dr. Paul Harrigan. Dr. Paul Harrigan is an associate professor in marketing at the University of Western Australia Business School in Perth, Australia. He holds a PhD in marketing at Ulster University in Northern Ireland in the United Kingdom. Before that, he completed his master's degree in marketing and entrepreneurship, also at the same university, at Ulster University. He completed bachelor's degree in management with French from Queen's University, Belfast, also in Northern Ireland, the United Kingdom. His expertise is in the area of digital marketing, including social media marketing, and he has published numerous research papers in top-tier journals. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Dr. Paul Harrigan. Hi, Paul. Very good morning.
Hi, thank you.
Great to see you again. Paul, you've got 30 minutes for your presentation, and then you will have another 30 minutes for a Q&A session. Time's yours, Paul.
Yeah, thank you very much for the kind introduction. I'm very delighted to be here today to talk to you about digital transformation. I'm sorry that I can't be there in person in Bali. Love to be, but I'm very impressed by the large number of attendees online as well. Please feel free to ask me any questions in the chat as we go, and if you can't hear me, if the connection's a problem, please also point that out. I will just share my screen so you can see the presentation I've put together, which I'm also happy to share with you later. So a nice way to start a new month. It's September. We're in the second semester here in Australia, and I'm not teaching at the moment, so it's I have time to do activities like this again. I've done some research and pleased to be part of the anniversary. We've developed really well, particularly our faculty over the years, with some thought leadership. So thank you for letting me be part of that. My background is, I think, reasonably diverse. I'm Irish, so it's good to say it. I come from Northern Ireland. I've worked in England, in the UAE, in France, China. But my main position for the last 10 years is at the University of Western Australia. It's a top 100 university in the world, so I'm proud to be part of that. And I teach everything digital. So I teach digital marketing, I research digital marketing. I'll just share with you a snapshot of that expertise today. Before I do that, it's essential, and every person I speak to and every organization I've ever worked with struggles with understanding, it seems strange, but understanding what they actually do and who for. And you cannot start anything else, particularly around digital, until you understand your value proposition. So this is a slide that I will show twice. I will show it now, and I'll show it at the end of my talk, because you really need to understand points 1, 2, 3, and 4 here. You need to understand our product or our service. What is it? Helps. Who does it help? If you're a university, if you're a marketing agency, if you're an accountant, an engineer, you need to understand your value proposition. So what do you offer, and who does it help? If you can answer those questions, good. But a little bit further, those people that you're helping, what problems are you solving for them? So what are they wanting to do? That's point 2. And then how do you solve them? Point 4. So this is example. Our Agile and Vision Toolkit product service helps Chief Information Officers who want to, and this is their goal, you understand their goal by talking to them, they want to move from a service provider to a strategic partner. So what we do, we as in this company, help them to have strategic conversations and differentiate them from other suppliers. Value proposition is essential. It's different from a vision, it's different from a mission. You need to understand the value that you offer before you can go any further to think about being creative, being innovative, and transforming. I can't see the chat while I'm speaking, so if you put the questions in, I know I have time at the end, so put them in at any time and through them afterwards. I've broken the talk down into 2 main sections. One is digital and one is data. Okay, the 2 are interconnected and they're the fundamental pillars of digital transformation. You need digital and you need data, and what I mean by those I will explain. This is a quote that I love from the CEO of Accenture, and I'll explain it to you so you can see it. Digital is the main reason just over half the companies on the Fortune 500 have disappeared since the year 2000. The challenge with that quote is, apart from being very significant, is what do we mean by digital? This is the challenge that most people misunderstand, in that digital is not just technology. If you see digital as social media, as search engines, as apps, as analytics, you have a problem because you're not recognizing the culture shift that is digital. And with that in mind, these are values that I and other researchers associate, and industry practitioners associate with digital. Now, digital is not all good, right? It can cause problems, as we all know, but it has enhanced our creativity as a society. People are more easily able to share their artwork, share their thoughts, blog posts, reviews. Equality has taken down barriers. There's less hierarchy. Citizen journalists, we tend to be more empathetic. I can understand better the needs of Indonesia to develop like South Korea did, but because of this relationship, which is totally online, I can understand the problems in Pakistan with the flooding because of real stories being shared. That links to integrity. The fact that we are transparent online with reviews, comparison sites. There's negative sides to digital, but the overwhelming value is that there's more integrity online than before. We have a lot more knowledge, we have a lot more analytics, decisions are data driven. It leads to efficiency, co-working. Openness is linked to integrity because there's no place to hide online. And unity, where we are being forced more and more as a society and the organizations in our society, even the most traditional, to be more united, to work together, to be socially responsible. So when I talk about digital, this is actually what I mean. The technology is the easy part. Hard part is when you start using that technology, do you have this as an organizational culture? Do you have some of these values? Because if you do not, the technology will not transform your organization, your society, your economy. These are the values that are required. I'll show you some examples of how they're manifested in some organizations, such as Black Lives Matter. It's not a commercial organization, but clearly they have a set of values. Those values were created without digital. The cause has always existed that they stand for. But what digital has allowed is that cause to, one, be promoted very widely, but more importantly, to be co-created and changed over time. Ownership is shared, the message changes, value proposition changes. So it's not about, here's this cause, here's this website, we can use digital to promote it more widely than before. What we're actually doing is opening it up and sharing ownership of the cause with a wider group of people. We all know or have heard of or have used Uber. So thinking back to those values, the set of values here, how is Uber using technology, the app? That's fine, but taxis also give us apps and take us from A to B, from the airport to home, from work to the airport, whatever. Why is Uber different? Okay, it's the equality. Anyone can drive for Uber. Anyone can be a rider in Uber, lowering barriers to entry. So yes, using technology, but more than that, taking advantage of the values that are in a digital society that people are ready to jump onto and use, yes, efficient technology to take advantage of them, but it's understanding those values that underpins a company like Uber. Obviously, they have had problems too, but they're not perfect. Salesforce is another massive success story. Again, you can look at it from two ways. You can look at their technology and how powerful it is. Lots of other companies have powerful technologies. Value that they have jumped on is that people want more knowledge, people want more analytics, people want to make data-driven decisions. That's where they get their competitive advantage. The technology is the prerequisite into that industry. It's what values do they stand for and what benefit do they provide. So you can see here, manage and improve the relationships you have with your customers. This is something that we all want to do, and they don't talk about their technology, they talk about what technology does. Slack is another really good example of a new company, relatively new. Technology is there that lets people collaborate, work in teams. Okay, but again, that technology is not really new. It's jumping on the trend in society that people want to collaborate. There's a thirst for people to collaborate more quickly than through email. Particularly with COVID and the pandemic, that has accelerated. So what the company does is it jumps on a trend. It understands that society has changed because of digital, and then it creates a technology to take advantage of that trend. This is another really cool company. I'm not recommending these companies for you to sign up. I'm not on commission or anything, but there's just some examples that I know of. And this is sending money international. Banks have done that for years. What's the difference? Yes, again, they've got an app. It's very simple to use. That's the prerequisite. Competitive advantage comes here from transparency. Digital values, one of them is transparency, openness. What I see here, I put in the amount I want to send, do it in any currency, I see the fee, I see the amount to convert, I see the guaranteed rate. Very, very simple, but actually a paradigm shift in how, in this industry, the financial services industry, do business. These are little things that people want to see. This is transformative for an industry. It's small. When you see it, it seems common sense, but it's not. First people to do it, innovative. So it's not about the technology. It's not about their app. It's not about how quickly send the money. They have jumped on a demand, a value that we all hold in our society increasingly, that banks aren't really transparent. When I'm sending money, why can't I see what the fees are? Why can't I see the exact rate? It seems obvious, but again, they're using the technology to deal with demand in society that digital has led to. Because with digital, we have access to information. We read comparison sites, we read reviews, we hear from people internationally. There are no real places for organizations to hide. We have a demand that runs across sectors. If I get transparency in financial services, why can't I have it in the medical industry? Why can't I have it through my university? People are demanding, technology has to respond to that. This is a European company, okay? Danone, One Planet, One Health, supporting local family farms. The amount of websites you see, sections now about community, being socially responsible, and them using that in their communications is remarkable. And so again, if we go back to the values, unity, being united with your local community. So which came first? Was it the fact that that company wants to be like that? Perhaps. Was it the fact that digital let them communicate that? Perhaps. Is it also the fact that there's a demand from their stakeholders, their shareholders, their customers being shared online that forces them to react to that? So digital infests every part of your organization, particularly the relationship between the marketer and the customer at that interface. So marketing is not responsible for just promoting your message, even your value proposition to people via digital means. It's listening to what people are saying on digital channels and letting that change and transform your organization. Annotation thing has started, so I have to stop that. So transformation, okay? Those values that are there, that I talked about, are in society. They're not in organizations. Society moves faster than organizations. Most organizations are large, they're bureaucratic. You guys work in a university or study at a university or have been to a university. It's the example of a bureaucratic organization, at least I can say that about my own, right? It's hard to implement change, it's hard to be flexible, but it's essential. And this is why digital has caught everyone's attention. There's no real difference technology-wise from digital from television, radio, these types of things. It's a technology. Where it creates change is how it's infiltrated every element of society. And organizations have to therefore transform. And they have to transform around the values, not the technology. The values, those are hard. How can organizations become more united, more equal, transparent, efficient, more analytical? A lot of them aren't. We have no plans to run a digital transformation program. 35% of organizations, and this was in 2021, I believe. This is a really good source as well, so we can trust it. So what does that mean? That means that these organizations either think that they are already represent digital values, or they don't think that they need to transform to represent digital values. The reason for that is that they think the technology, by implementing, by promoting their brand on social media, by investing in a customer relationship management platform, by paying marketing consultants, by paying for Salesforce or another tool like this, this will take care of the transformation for them. A lot of the time, the technology providers communicate that and say, all you need to do is use our software and it will take care of all your problems. This is wrong. There is another similar amount of people planning to introduce a program, digital transformation program. And some of them have already started. Others have had one in place for more than 2 years. So most organizations are recognizing that transformation is essential. You can imagine that. How do you transform your organization from one who thinks digital is just another technology to promote, to digital infiltrating your organization to change its values, which goes way beyond marketing? If we do think about marketing, the way that digital shifts culture in this area is through content marketing. Content marketing, so how you're allocating your budget in the next 12 months, 26% content creation. Content marketing is providing value to consumers, stakeholders, shareholders, by providing educational or entertaining content that actually solves their problems. Think back to the value proposition. Who are you talking to? What problems do they have and how do you solve them? So content should never, ever, ever be promotional. It should be blog posts or case studies or webinars like this that provide information. This is the new marketing. This webinar for your university, for me, for the other speakers, for the attendees, is a great example of content marketing. It's great for everyone's brand, and it's not promotional. We're sharing knowledge, we're putting work in, putting effort in, and that is respected by the stakeholders. The other ways that their software to manage content or analytics or paying to promote is the other example here, or investing in resources, but content creation a quarter the marketing budget from 0, only say 5 to 7 years ago. And what you end up wanting is a digital footprint. You want to increase your digital footprint online. This is your reputation. This is not promoting yourself. It's not having eyeballs on advertisements. It's being known. It's having an expertise, having a reputation. So what we see here, this is called the peso model. You have your owned media, which is all your content, your blogs, your webinars, podcasts, case studies, all of this stuff. Then people share it. People who are interested will share it. This is in the purple. Sometimes become shared by influencers. And I don't mean celebrities, I mean like key people in government, key people in the marketing industry, key people in engineering, whatever industry you're in. It's not just shared by your friends and your family or your colleagues. Sometimes it goes a bit higher. And only then should you pay to promote. Only then should you think about traditional marketing. Hey, if I've got a blog post that's got lots of earned attention, maybe I should pay to promote that a little bit further so it stays on people's eyeballs. Very different philosophy than traditional outbound marketing, where we pay to promote everything, even though we don't know if people like it. And the reason that this is so important, content affects search rankings, and you all know what you first do when you're looking for something to print. So they do not have those digital values. The second part I talked to you about is data, because data should drive your decisions. The first part of the talk was very about creative, creating content that matches organizations and society's values. We also have to be scientific. Marketing analytics is huge. Analytics as a service. Okay, so this is providing analytics software or even analytics consultancy, such as Salesforce or others such as Oracle. The market size forecast in billions of US dollars. 8 billion 4 years ago, 101 billion 4 years' time. So if you're an academic like me, this is where the jobs are for our graduates. This is also what we need to be teaching. Science behind creativity and innovation, behind transformation. We need to use data to drive those decisions. Definition of analytics. It's a math-based discipline. And it serves two purposes. Okay, the first one is standard. If I'm doing marketing, I need to understand what's working, what's not. The second one is a bit more broad and holistic. What can I do differently? Are the people that I'm trying to reach out to, are they the right people? Are there problems that I should be solving? Content do they like? Who are their peers? Who else are they following online? What do they want when they talk, when they engage with me, when they leave a comment? Do I follow up? Are they in other discussion boards on LinkedIn or online that I need to analyze? This is really understanding your market. It's not traditional market research. It's not just creating content that you think is important. You're actually going out and analyzing data that's publicly available around the people and stakeholders that you deal with. That is really the second one, is the new focus on marketing analytics. And when you do that, you end up with big data. You end up with a large amount of data. People are saying about you, what they're saying about your industry. That changes quickly, so it's high velocity. It's varied. Maybe it's on Google, maybe it's on LinkedIn, maybe it's on your Facebook page, maybe it's reviews somewhere else. Is it true? And more subtly, which data sources do you use? Have the time to look at all data? Which ones do we rely on? And that links to the last point, what value can we get from data? Little example of how open source all of this is that anyone can use the Twitter application programming interface if you're on Twitter, and the same exists on LinkedIn and Facebook and Reddit and TikTok to access data freely. So if your organization has a hashtag or a handle or a brand name, put it in and you find every post that mentions your organization, your brand. And analyze that to see, okay, people like me, people don't like me, but more importantly, to learn about who these people are and what are they talking about. How many organizations do you think actually do this? Not many. The tools that people use to analyze data, this is what we need to be teaching. So the creative side of transformation is content and values. Scientific side is, how do we know what values are out there that are relevant to our organization, and how do we know what content people want to hear, see from us? So Python and R are the main ones. we would teach at university. They allow you to creatively download data from social media, from websites, and understand the answers to questions that you might have. There are software packages that do that, but it's more black box. It's more simplistic. If we're really investing in analytics, what we will be doing is asking and answering our own questions. And it's all about measurement. Okay? When you can measure what you're speaking about and express it in numbers, you know something about it. Not measure it, cannot express it in numbers, your knowledge is of a meager and unsatisfactory kind. This is a quote from 1891, 1894, we don't know exactly. It's a long time before digital. Types of analytics we should be using. A lot of organizations at the basic level are thinking, what has happened? How has my campaign gone? Are people reacting to what I've said? They're reacting to my marketing messages. This is descriptive. Perhaps some organizations ask why it happened. Was my content too long, too short, too emotional, too rational? But what about the future? This is how these software packages and big data that's available can help us. What will happen? If I post this content at this time to these people, how many people do you think will engage? How many people should click through? How many questions will we get? Predictive. The most complex level, descriptive. This is where we can do A/B testing, some experimental design. So I'm actually going to put out two forms of content to two different types of people, or even the same people, and see with an experiment what goes well. This takes time, but this data-driven approach is essential. So even if you have the right mindset, the right values, you're obsessed with creating valuable content for your stakeholders, your customers, if you're not using analytics to analyze how that's performing, you're only doing 50% of the job. So according to Google, this is a screenshot from their website, you start with the outcomes you want, so your whole team can speak to and act to the results you really want to measure. Outcomes you want relate back to your value proposition. What's our product? Who's it for? What do they want to do? And how do we help them get there? Some cool examples of how data, when we analyze it, can be presented. Pew Research Center in the US, a really good example. Visualizing data, so this is also a real skill in that, hey, I can analyze data, but can I communicate the meaning from it? This is another cool website. This is Joe Biden, right? We all know Joe Biden. The data behind this is massive, but the way you present it is simple. It's another skill in marketing, in organizations, even in life. Analyzing big data, creating simple recommendations, simple visualizations. If you're teaching at a university, there are lots of partnerships that are available to make this happen. These are transforming my field, marketing education, digital marketing education. Hootsuite are transforming it by giving us access to their platform for free. Think of their values here, the openness, the creativity. Another great organization is HubSpot, doing the same thing. We're an education partner. Again, it's not about the technology, it's about their values of thinking, we want to help the next generation. Clearly, if the next generation get free access to HubSpot, who are they going to use when they go into a business or an organization? Pay for like HubSpot. So it works. Just want to finish, pretty much on time, with the value proposition again, and that people skim over this a lot. People want to talk about Facebook and LinkedIn, Instagram, all this cool stuff. These questions here are harder. What's your product or service? Who's it going to help? What do they want to do with it? And how can you help them? That helps you underpin your whole business. But in my field, it also helps you underpin your content that you create for them and that you share to help them. Thank you very much, everyone. So I've answered some questions around creativity, which is I've touched with content, innovation, and technology, but most importantly, transformation, and that's around culture. Happy to take any questions.
All right, Paul, thank you very much. That was brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering a Q&A session with Paul. So if you have any questions to Paul, please raise your hand. Or if you are joining us via online, you can just type your questions in a chat menu. All right, we are waiting. Anyone here in this room? Any questions? Yes, please. Oh, okay. It seems that there is a question from somebody joining us online.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, from Epiphany Gita Anissa. The question is, how do we overcome laziness in building the creativity and innovation? Paul?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Thank you. And there's no straightforward answer, but if we think about culture, organization culture, it's also about having the right people. So right from the beginning, where you're putting together a team of people, they need to understand what their job expectations are, job requirements. So it's difficult to change existing culture. What we've tried to do in my organization and several organizations I work with is at induction, but also when we're hiring new people, we specifically put in criteria and requirements and duties within job descriptions about giving people time to undertake things like this. So an example would be if you join a university as an academic, part of your new responsibility is to post on LinkedIn about your work and mention the university in that. This is simple little things that people don't do, and if they don't do that, they're not contributing to our culture. So it's difficult, and most organizations and most people focus inwardly and just do their job. But if you're not sharing that information within your network online, you're not part of a new digital culture. And I'm not talking about technology. I'm talking about doing things like I'm doing today. You have to be part of a community, and you have to communicate that.
All right. Thank you, Paul. I think it's a matter of fostering grit, isn't it? It's a combination of fostering your passion and also perseverance. You do what you like and then do it consistently, persistently in the long run. Brilliant. Any other question? I think somebody raised hand here. Yes, can you please provide a microphone to that gentleman? Yes, please.
Test. All right. Good morning, Mr. Paul. My name is Ana Agung Ngurah Laksamana Sadewa. I'm a freshman currently studying for my bachelor degrees in accounting at the Faculty of Economic and Business, University of Udayana. All right. Mr. Paul, there is still a limited digital access in some part of Indonesia that will become an essential problem in these digital transformations. Mr. Paul, what do you think is the solution of this exact problem? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the question, and as a freshman, for being brave enough to ask it. When I was at your stage, I wouldn't have been asking a question like that, so that's very courageous of you. Yes, I mean, we do assume, and certainly most of the places I've worked, that digital access is widespread. So it's certainly a government priority It should be a government priority for everyone to have high-speed internet access, and I don't mean fixed. Mobile is fine, and I know a lot of countries are kind of skipping over the fixed internet access that Australia, the US, the UK have gone through just straight to 5G. Okay, and 5G and mobile is more than enough for people to access the information that they need. But again, it does come back to organizations should respond to what societies are doing. We all are on social media, okay, and we're all sharing information there, and it's not a marketing platform. Organizations should be on social media like a person. It should be a personal brand on there. It should not be on there to interrupt us, to talk to us. So I'm not sure that necessarily everyone needs access to technology to change culture. I think our society has already changed. We want organizations to behave in a certain way. But clearly for equality, from a consumption perspective and information access perspective, yeah, governments need to work hard to provide 5G access for everyone and affordable 5G access.
All right, Paul, thank you. Any other questions to Paul? Yes, please. To that lady, please. Thank you.
Yes. All right. Good morning, Mr. Paul. I'm grateful to ask you personally. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Nikita Aprilia Kusumadewi. You can call me Aprilia. I'm an undergraduate student at Faculty Economy and Business, Udayana University, majoring Economic Development. So my question is, as the young generation, we know that we have to facing the digital transformation. And can you provide an overview of the tips that we can do to advance the nation, especially in the field of digital transformation? Thank you.
Good question. Well, first of all, you're already part of this webinar, so you're already open-minded, and by proactively attending events like this, you're ahead of most of your peers, so to start. The problem is not the next generation of graduates. The problem is the existing organizational culture that you'll go into. So the things that you learn about at university are mostly appropriate and mostly should be talking about the same kind of concepts I talked to today. The problem is when you get a job, you have not got the authority to change culture. You're part of a culture, and you will be typically part of a culture that's not digital, and you will be told, I need to sell this product to this person this month. So stop talking about content, stop talking about culture change, just send them an email to try and get them to buy something. So first of all, you should be careful about choosing the organization you work for. Do they have time? Do they give you time and space to do things differently? Even something as simple as flexible working. If an organization doesn't allow you to work from home, at least some of the time, this is also part of digital culture, that you will see that conservatism is reflected in other parts of the business. But for actionable tips for you entering the job market, develop a personal brand. So even if you're in accounting and not marketing, unfortunately, or whatever field you're in, you need to have a presence on, for example, LinkedIn, or attending events relevant to your field and building up an expertise, a reputation. Don't just think that your degree is enough. You need to be talking about and passionate about your area. It's the people who are passionate about what they study and what they want to work in that will make a difference.
All right, superb, Paul. Paul, from your presentation, I was wondering, digitalization is quite identical to robotic, algorithm, mathematics, computer science, those kind of things. And most of us here in this room, and perhaps those who joining us online, have like business, economic, social science background. So, do you mind telling us what can people with non-mathematics, social science, engineering background can do in terms of creativity and innovation in a digital transformation? Paul.
Yeah, good question. So I have also struggled with this in my career where because you're in a social science, you may think that you're less valuable in some way than an engineer who can build a robot or build a massive computer or write some code or create software. So first of all, that's something you have to overcome. So those people are very, very skilled, okay, but whatever they build has no purpose or value unless it helps someone. And to understand how it helps someone and who that person is requires people in social science, marketing, psychology, whatever. Because if you ever talk to any of the people that are experts in maths or coding or statistics, they very, very rarely understand what their product or service does, for whom, what problem it solves. That is where marketing or psychology comes in. And it comes back to that value proposition piece, and that is our role in business and economics, to put the value proposition behind or in front of the more tangible pieces of software or hardware that engineers, computer scientists do. No technology sells itself. The technology, no matter what it is, has to solve a problem for a specific type of person. The creator of that technology usually doesn't understand that. They need help. That's where we come in.
All right, Paul, thank you. Is there any question? More question? Yes, please.
Test. Okay. Thank you for the time that's been given to me. I am Imadenarendra Satria Darmantara. I'm currently majoring in management. And now I have a question for Mr. Paul. Now that knowledge are becoming more and more accessible, what are your thoughts on tutor jobs such as teachers, lecturers, etc. in this digital era? Are they going to be some of many obsolete type of jobs? Thank you.
That's a good question. Well, hopefully not, or else your universities and mine are in problems, but no. They will be obsolete if they don't transform. If the organizations don't transform, as I discussed, yes. Yes, they will be. But knowledge in itself is not overly helpful. We all have access to Wikipedia, to Google, to YouTube, and we can all learn how to do marketing, whatever, and self-train ourselves. But the value that universities provide, I think this is reasonably well communicated, is the critical reflection. Which knowledge is best? And analysing a range of sources to come up to a decision. So universities will survive if they're not simply transmitting knowledge that we can find online. If they provide value by creating and teaching us around the skills to select which information, which knowledge is best for us, and how to work in teams to critically analyse that. So universities, yes, I mean, lectures move online, our slides, our presentations, that can be put online, can be put on YouTube, SlideShare, whatever. But it really comes down to the individual professor. What's their skill in summarizing that information for you, teaching you the skills to do that yourself in the future. So not obsolete, but as long as they recognize their value proposition. And that's not just to provide information, it's to provide the skills that are needed to analyze and make sense of that information.
All right. Is there any question? Yes, please.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Paul. Thank you for the time. Let me introduce myself. My name is Igusti Putu Krisna Okacayana. You can call me Tugos. I'm from I'm management study program. Please ask me question. My question is simple. How do our tips to compete after graduate from university in this digital age? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. So your question is, what are my tips for you to compete as a graduate? Yeah, okay. Treat the degree as the minimum. If you want to be, there's different levels. If you want to be the best and you want to work internationally, there's different criteria than if you want just to get a job and perhaps work locally. And that's the same in Australia as it is in Indonesia, as it is in the US. Like businesses, people are all different. Some people want to be the best and want to be a chief executive officer, or they want to be an entrepreneur. And other people have different values. They just want a simple job, even a graduate job, and they want different balance in their life. So first of all, work out what you want. Not everyone has to be a CEO. Not everyone has to set up their own business. Success is subjective to your values. If you do want to be successful in your industry and go to the very top, then you have to have a personal brand. A lot of success is based on networking. Networking assumes as a prerequisite that you have your degree, that you're an expert in the area, and that you can communicate that to people, not just when you want a job, that you're proactively communicating and sharing your expertise on a weekly or monthly basis. I'm doing this webinar. I don't want another job. I'm not doing it for any reason other than to share knowledge and to meet new people. Other people might not do something like this without a tangible benefit. Those people are not going to be part of digital culture. You have to give your time to people that ask.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Yes, Paul, unfortunately, actually there are more questions from audience, but, time's up. Paul, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. But please stay tuned, because right after this, we're going to have a panel session. So don't worry, if you have questions, then just ask questions to our speakers. Paul, you also please stay tuned, because right after this, we're going to take pictures together. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to return this event to MC. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the presentation of the material for this first session, which was presented by our main research person, Associate Professor of Marketing, the University of Western Australia Business School, Dr. Paul Harrigan.
Next agenda, we invited the Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business, Agus Ganesha Rayuda, ST, MT, PhD, and the Chair of the International Webinar Committee of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Ayu Metia Pratiwi, SA, MSE, will present certificate of appreciation and play to keynote speaker, and keynote continue on the memorable picture taking session.
Okay, thank you. So, good morning, Dr. Paul. On behalf of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University, would like to thank you for all of your thoughts and also your contribution to this international seminar. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to have you in our seminar. And also, hopefully, I'm hopeful that in the very soon, we can meet together either in Australia or in Bali. Next, I would like to offer you certificate of appreciations from our faculty. Could you please accept our certificate? This will represent our gratitude to you to have you in our international seminar. Thank you very much, Dr. Paul Harrigan. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering a panel session. We have two speakers in this session. First of all, I would like to introduce our first speaker. His name is Mr. Riri Satria. He is an independent commissioner for Jakarta International Container Terminal. To be honest, he is a multiple talent person. He is an executive. I told you, he's an independent commissioner in a state-owned company. He's also a lecturer, an academic. He is a lecturer at the State University of Intelligence. He is also a lecturer at the University of Indonesia. And he's also an art enthusiast. He completed his bachelor's degree in computer science at the University of Indonesia, and then he completed his master's degree in management from PPM School of Management. He's also the founder and CEO of Value Alignment Advisory, an advisory firm for Indonesia's digital transformation. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Mr. Riri Satria. All right, now allow me to introduce our second speaker. Our second speaker is Mr. Igede Putu Rahman Desianta. He's the coordinator of HIPMI Blockchain Center. And for your information, HIPMI is Indonesia Young Entrepreneurs Association. He has plenty of experience. He is the CEO of Baliola. He is also a co-founder of Kepang Indonesia. He is founder and CEO of Nova Core, and he is the co-owner of Mitra Dunia Persada. He completed his bachelor's degree in mathematics and computer science from Binus University. That's scared me. He completed his master's degree in management from Undiknas University, previously called Universitas Pendidikan Nasional. Excellent. Both speakers are the experts in this area. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Igede Putu Rahman Desyanta. All right. Now, sitting next to me are our speakers in panel discussion or panel session. And Pak Riri and Pak Anta, each of you has 30 minutes for your presentation, and then we will have panel discussion. Start from Pak Riri. Thank you.
Good morning, Vice Deans and everyone. Thank you for inviting me to Bali. And actually, this is my first come to Bali since the pandemic era. So the latest I went to Bali is about 2020. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to talk, so let me stand here because I want to see the slide as well. So I will explain, I will share with you digital transformation strategy, and it's a real case in Indonesia. It's a lesson learned from technology-based enterprise in Indonesia. So I'm talking about the real case, how a technology-based enterprise in Indonesia with high technology products doing digital transformation. So what are the lessons learned from this company? My name is Riri Satria, and next slide, please. So Pak Agus already introduced me. So actually, I am a lecturer and business executive, and then I also jury for Indonesian Digital Culture Excellence Award 2022 and Indonesian Human Capital Excellence Award 2022. And okay, I'm a strategic management and digital transformation advisor for several enterprises and government institutions in Indonesia. Yes, I'm a poet, write poems. So I write mathematical equation, I do programming, and I write poems. Okay, next. So, Dirgahayu. I don't know what's happened. Yes, that's it. Happy anniversary for Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University, Dirgahayu. Viva Academia, Viva Professores. And I think you remember the Gaudiamus Incitur song. Viva Academia. Semoga selalu jaya dan menghasilkan talenta-talenta terbaik untuk bangsa Indonesia. Mari kita lanjut. Welcome to digital economy. So we are in digital economy era. Around you are digital. From your computers until you order coffee and burger. It's all digital. Even if you want to go by object, it's digital now. So welcome to digital economy. So digital economy is not an option anymore. It's not option. It's a must. It's happened. So the question is how we adopt and optimize this digital economy for the welfare of our people. So that's the question. Next. Please, next slide. Okay. So what is digital economy? So let's start by discussing the definition of digital economy. It's an economic activity that results from billions of everyday online connections among people, business, devices, data, and process. So it's a kind of hyper-connectivity and interconnectedness. Can you imagine how many data, how much data that Tokopedia create in one day. How many transaction data? Million? Maybe. Let's say it's a very big data. So what are we going to do with those data? So we can do a lot of things. We can create innovation using those transaction data that created every day. So the digital economy is how we use data for economic purposes. So many components of digital economy are, we have new business model, and we have new digital technology, digital connections, data analytics, and agile business strategy. I teach corporate level strategy and business strategy for master degree. So nowadays, we are entering agile business strategy. We are not in stable business environment. We are in VUCA or tuna, volatile, uncertainty, turbulence business environment. So we need a kind of agile business strategy with high velocity of changing. Sometimes, somehow, I don't use the theory of Michael Porter anymore because it's a kind of relatively stable business environment. So in high turbulence business environment, is it still fit that theory to the reality? Next. So what is digital economy? Digital economy is a data-driven economy. So we have a lot of data that created by daily transactions in our digital world, and the problem is how we use the data for the sake of our business. It's called data monetization. So many creative things, so many innovation that we can do using those data. So digital economy means we start with collecting data, storing the data, analyze, and then transform it to digital intelligence, kecerdasan digital. And then we do data monetization to create innovations. So now we have data-based creativity and innovations. That's why we have the power of creativity, the power of innovation. What kind of power? It's empowered by data, not only intuition. It's empowered by data. So speak by data. So kalau ada mahasiswa saya baik S2 maupun S1 mengatakan, menurut saya kira-kira Pak, oke, menurut kamu boleh, but data bilang apa? Jadi nggak bisa lagi kira-kira menurut saya. Tuh kalau sidang pasti selesai dulu. Gitu ya. So we speak by data. Of course, we have to follow sometimes in our intuition, but still it's the power of data. So digital economy means it's a data-driven economy. Okay, next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, 25 years ago, around 2007, I was very exciting when I read new books that time. It's called Competing on Analytics. It's a book written by Tom Davenport. Tom Davenport is the chairman of Master of Information Technology program at Harvard University. So Tom Davenport wrote the book Competing on Analytics. So what's so interesting with the books? First, it's a quantitative business strategy. So if you develop business strategy nowadays, it should be more quantitative, should be more data. When you do, let's say, SWOT analysis, it should be quantitative for me. Because tidak bisa lagi menulis kira-kira gitu ya. So you have to score, you have to have data, and then you have to analyze the situation based on data. When you set a new opportunity, how quantitative measurement of the opportunity. So it's a quantitative business strategy. So we know data analytics and business analytics. So we learn a lot about how to analyze data. And now we have new kind of science called data science. Data science means how to use data for our business purposes, etc. So that's it. And then we have agile business strategy. So when we talk about business strategy, we have market-based business strategy, we have resource-based business strategy, and we have a strategy for relatively stable environment, but we also have agile business strategy. Agile comes from the terminology in the world of information technology, but nowadays used in the field of business. Agile marketing, agile production system, and we have agile business strategy. So it's a data-driven economy. So digital economy means data-driven economy. So digital transformation means you have to move to this way of thinking or paradigm. So let's move. So what is digital transformation? Digital transformation is not only about digital technology. It's not only digital technology. I come from computer science background, but I can tell you, digital transformation is not only about digital technology. It's a strategic management initiative. So digital transformation should be driven by business strategy or strategic management of the enterprise, not by the technology itself. Technology is one of the components of digital transformation. So digital transformation means move from a previous condition, move to digital enterprise. That's digital economy. We move to digital enterprise. So what are the components for this movement? The first one, it should be you define your business model and strategy first. So we learn business model, we learn business strategy, and then we have business organization structure and business process. So the two items on the left is the anchor for digital transformation. And then we have the technology itself and the technology governance, how to manage, how to govern the technology. Don't forget, digital transformation also means transform your people to digital talent. So nowadays, every graduates from university should have digital talent. At least they have digital literacy. Jadi kalaupun Anda lulusan fakultas ekonomi, tidak ada cerita, sekarang harus punya digital literacy. Itu wajib hukumnya, gitu ya. Bahkan sekarang di fakultas ekonomi dipelajarikan artificial intelligence. Dipelajari loh. Ya, bagaimana artificial intelligence mengubah bisnis model, praktek bisnis, terutama anak manajemen pasti tahu. Anak-anak akuntansi pasti tahu how artificial intelligence influence the audit process. Ya, itu sudah ada sekarang. So, it's digital talents, and then we should develop the digital organization structure. Put digital, it's a business terminology. Let's move. So let's move to what do I mean with technology-based enterprise. So my presentation addressed digital transformation at a technology-based enterprise, right? So let's see, what is a technology-based enterprise? Technology-based enterprise is an enterprise that uses scientific and technological knowledge systematically and continuously produce new goods service with high added value. Ini adalah perusahaan yang produknya teknologi tinggi. Misalnya produk untuk security, keamanan, produk untuk proteksi handphone dan sebagainya. Jadi produknya memang produk-produk berteknologi tinggi dan menggunakan scientific and technological knowledge. That's the first one. The second one, mainly operated in top-level strategic sectors. Karena dia berteknologi tinggi, maka dia tuh strategik. Karena apa? Mempengaruhi berbagai industri strategis di bawahnya. Gitu kira-kira. So, such as microelectronics, biotechnology, medical device, nanotechnology, etc. And then the third one, perform research, development, and innovation in-house or in close cooperation with universities and research centers. That's technology-based enterprise. Next. So what is the business strategy for technology-based enterprise? Come on, technology-based enterprise is very agile. So if you want to read books for this, you should read that book. Agile Strategic Management in the Digital Age. It's another approach of strategic management. So technology-based enterprise adopt resource-based business strategy, not market-based strategy. So what are the difference? Market-based strategy, you look at that market, the needs of the market, and then you analyze the market, and then you produce goods or services to fulfill the market with the characteristic of the market and differentiate your product to your competitors. So that's a market-based strategy. But now we have resource-based. What are the companies that resource-based strategy? Google, Facebook, and Apple. So they are not looking at the market, but they produce goods and services, and they believe market will adopt that. But if not, they change the strategy so fast. So it's an agile. Some enterprise already adopt agile strategy management. And then a new approach in managing business strategy. Actually, I teach this for master degree program, but I don't have time so much to elaborate this all. So I just keep it short and simple. So there are business innovators and trendsetters. So those technology-based enterprise business innovators and trendsetters. So they will focus on building excellent resource. That's why they adopt resource-based strategy and to perform competitive advantage. So let's take a look at the steps. So they are focuses on resource development, develop their resource. So they have the first class of 5 stars resource, and then they improve their capability with so many development program, and then that's why they build competitive advantages, and then they develop business strategy. So since what is their competitive advantages? One of them is changing the strategy in a rapid way. Jadi kalau mereka, Pak, nggak mungkin ngubah strategi dalam waktu cepat, kan repot berubahnya Pak. And then kalau itu pertanyaanmu, you are not here. Karena paradigmanya tidak begitu. Gitu ya, you are not on this paradigm. Karena di paradigma ini perubahan bisa cepat dilakukan dan orang-orangnya handal bisa berubah dengan cepat. Itu dia. Gitu ya. Jadi kalau ada yang bertanya, Pak kan susah mengubah strategi yang sumber daya handal tadi itu butuh waktu. Tapi ketika itu terbentuk, mereka menciptakan keunggulan kompetitif. Beda dengan market-based strategy pendekatannya. So, why I present these topics to you is just, I want to ask you to see another perspective in business practice. Kira-kira demikian. So, we build core competence, we do innovation, and then after that we deliver product. In order to execute those 3 steps, it's an agile business strategy. Okay, move. So digital transformation principle from technology-based enterprise. The first one, the main objective of digital transformation is to enable them to develop resources and improve capabilities because they adopt resource-based strategy for doing business. So they have to have a first class of 5-star resources with high capability. So digital transformation must enable them to do that. The second one, digital transformation should enable them to perform open innovation strategy for research and development. Why? Because it's the power of creativity and innovation based on this. Based on the open innovation in order to develop resources and improve capabilities. The resource and capabilities should be valuable, inimitable, rare, and organized. So that's the sustainable competitive advantage for technology-based enterprise, and they can execute agile business strategy. And then the customer experience is the input for open innovation strategy. So it should be able to digital transformation as well. Itu kan data transaksi itu berisikan customer experience. Bayangkan, jutaan transaksi per hari di Tokopedia itu isinya customer experience semua. Mulai dari hal baik sampai hal yang menjengkelkan customer. Ada di situ semua. Sampai dengan perilaku customer. I want to ask you, kalau Anda ingin meneliti rata-rata penduduk kota Denpasar pada akhir pekan pergi kemana, Anda cari datanya di mana? Rata-rata penduduk kota Denpasar, berapa jumlahnya, berapa juta gitu ya, atau akhir pekan pada kemana? Datanya ada di mana kira-kira? Di Peduli Lindungi. Oke? Datanya ada di situ. Makanya Peduli Lindungi itu sekarang adalah database tentang perilaku masyarakat Indonesia. Yang kalau dapat kita datanya, itu bisa kita pakai untuk membangun bisnis strategi. Gitu. Oke? So it's a data-driven strategy. Oh, ternyata di Denpasar, akhir pekan, mall ini tidak diminati, mall ini yang diminati. Oh, ternyata ada pola ya, minggu pertama mall ini diminati, minggu kedua mungkin lain lagi, dan seterusnya. Kenapa pada tanggal tua mallnya pindah? Nah, gitu kan? Jadi ada semua tuh customer experience di sana. It's based on data. Okay, next. Some examples of digital technology for technology enterprise. So ini saya mau cerita beberapa teknologi yang diadopt oleh perusahaan ini untuk melakukan digital transformation. Because there are 4 clusters of technology. It's to develop resources and capabilities, to do open innovation, to perform business execution, and to capture customer experience. So they have to adopt several kind of technology. So we have there like data analysis, modeling, simulation, business intelligence, ERP, supply chain management, etc. That's the term of technology. So technology follow the strategy, right? Not technology drive the strategy. Okay? So digital transformation is also a term for economic and business people. Not only for technology-based people. Okay, let's move. So what is digital culture for great execution? Again, we have technology. We can buy high technology, but still the executors are human. So we can buy technology, but what happens if the people behind the technology cannot execute it very well? It's useless. So we have to develop digital culture. In the end, it's all about the man behind the gun. Great executions only performed by competent people. That's it. If you are not competent, out. Of course, competent on your field. Okay. Yeah. Great execution only performed by competent people. Pernah mendengar Jack Welch? Dia selalu mengatakan, 10% dari karyawan saya yang tidak kompeten, di akhir setiap tahun saya PHK, kata dia. Gitu ya. Kompeten itu means it's technical competence, yes, technical competence, leadership competence, and culturally competence. Saya kebetulan asesor untuk seleksi beberapa pejabat BUMN lah, gitu ya. So, what do we mean by competent? It should be technically competent, leadership competence, and cultural competence. Gitu ya. You can do a lot of economic analysis, but you cannot lead people. Okay, you should go to the lab. Don't lead people. So if you want to lead people, you have leadership competence. Okay. Some points on digital culture. Those are some points from several references. The first one is fluid organization and collaborative process. So your organization design is more agile, more fluid, not really rigid structure or mechanistic structure. Speed, accurate, and agile execution, sehingga biar lambat asal selamat tidak berlaku lagi, gitu ya, definisi itu. Because we believe on speed. Ketika kita tidak speed, maka kompetitor kita masuk duluan ke pasar. So, innovative experimenting with calculate risk management. Yes, jangan ragu-ragu untuk bereksperimen, berbuat salah bukanlah sebuah dosa. Itu bagian dari proses belajar. So, and then data-driven decision making, already explained. Focus on output and outcome. Yes, what are we going to achieve in the next year or something? Focus on your output and outcome. Not only on your process. Service excellence, high learning ability. That's my point. Anda sebagai mahasiswa, ingat begitu lulus sarjana, itu belum segala-galanya berakhir. That's really the start. Itu baru permulaan. Karena setelah itu bisa jadi ilmu yang Anda pelajari di sekolah sudah obsolete di pasar sana. Sudah berubah teorinya. Pak, kuliah dulu nggak begitu teorinya. Iya, kamu kuliah dulu teorinya itu. Sekarang tidak lagi, bukunya udah ganti. Gitu. Tidak begitu lagi. So you have to learn, and learn. So that's what I call high learning ability. And then of course, high tech, high touch. High technology should be accompanied with high human touch. Okay, next. So digital transformation at this company. So I can resume the digital transformation. This is an Indonesian enterprise. The product is a cyber security equipment export to various countries. Jadi mereka mengekspor itu, gitu ya. Collaborative research and production with business partners in several countries. Technology innovation is the key success factor of the business. So they have to do digital transformation from mechanistic and production oriented to research based and innovation oriented. Jadi perusahaan ini dulunya tukang jahit dari produk-produk yang didesain di luar negeri. Jadi desainernya luar negeri. Sekarang tidak. Research-nya dilakukan di dalam negeri sendiri. Jadi dari sekedar tukang jahit, mereka menjadi R&D company, research-based company. So that's why they have to do digital transformation untuk menunjang tujuan mereka hanya dari tukang jahit menjadi research-based company. So the digital transformation is they change the business model menjadi research-based product development, and then they change organization structure from mechanistic to lean organization. Lean artinya organisasi yang lebih cair, gitu ya. So they acquire digital technology, and then they perform new kind of technology governance. So develop on standard based on best practice, and then they do transformation on HR management. So they have talent management matrix and knowledge management system to support the digital talents. And then the last one, they develop the corporate culture, innovative experimenting, and high learning ability. So these are the digital transformation that conducted by this enterprise. This is Indonesian enterprise, ladies and gentlemen. Next. Closing remarks, this is my last slide. Okay, some lesson learned. The first one, digital transformation is not only about digital technology. It started with the business model and the strategy, then followed by structure and process, technology governance, HR, and corporate. So this is digital transformation. Okay? So, ketika mahasiswa bimbingan saya di S2 di Fakultas Ilmu Komputer UI menulis digital transformation, mereka harus menuliskan 6 aspek itu, not just the technology. Juga termasuk bagaimana melakukan transformasi menjadi digital talent. Gitu ya. Technology-based enterprise use scientific and technology knowledge systematically and continuously to produce new goods and services with high added value. That's the definition of technology-based enterprise. And then the second one, technology-based enterprise mostly adopt resource-based strategy and contrary to market-based strategy. Bagi Anda yang kuliah manajemen, pasti setidaknya paham bedanya market-based strategy dengan resource-based strategy. Bahkan kalau Anda mungkin ada mahasiswa MM di sini yang S2 manajemen, pasti mengenal juga 10 mazhab strategi yang dibahas oleh, saya lupa. Ada satu ahli strategi, Henry Mintzberg. Judul bukunya The Strategy Safari. 10 aliran strategi di dunia. And then the last one, the aims of digital transformation for technology-based enterprise is to develop resource and improve capabilities, perform open innovation, improve business execution, and analyze and enhance customer experience. So those are lessons learned on digital transformation strategy conducted by a technology-based enterprise in Indonesia. Next, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and we will have question and answer if you want to know much deeper and deeper again. Thank you, Pak Agus. Saya kembalikan.
Thank you, brilliant, Pak Riri. Thank you very much. Before we are entering question and answer session, we have Pak Anta, our next speaker, to do presentation. Please, Pak Anta.
Okay, good morning. This is good morning, right? Still, okay. Good morning, folks. Good morning. Come on, this is the Dies Natalis. It's basically your birthday. It's the birthday of the faculty. So, behalf of HIPMI dan Pasar, HIPMI Bali, I would say that happy birthday for FEB. Hope it will be grow and can making a lot of talent that can helping our ecosystems and business in Indonesia. So, first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Gede Puturaman Desyanta. Just call me Gede Anta or Gede, it's up to you. Just don't call me Gozali because I'm not that lord. So I am the coordinators of HIPMI Blockchain Centers, also the coordinator of Bali Blockchain Centers. And I am a CEO of Baliola, the first NFT marketplace that based on Bali and supporting local artists. I also the co-founders of Kepeng Indonesia. If you know Kepeng, you know Kepeng? You know Kepeng? Yeah, Kepeng is pes bolong. If you talk with Indonesian or in Balinese, it's pes bolong. You know pes? Pes is money. You know money? Okay, maybe your parents give you money. So, pes Kepeng is a cryptocurrency that we built from Bali. Their support, our project is Baliola, supporting heritage cultures. And our company is based on blockchain technology. It's a new technology, and we will talking about this. Yeah, maybe first of all, it's really overwhelmed for me. Yeah, this is a lot of, I mean, Mr. Paul and also Mr. Riri is a really great speakers, and I don't know, I hope it can be level with them. Yeah, so. I also now supporting the community of blockchain in Bali. We are developing a Bali Blockchain Center. So it's for you guys, young mind. It's not only about IT, it's all about ecosystems. So do you know about NFTs? I want to ask first, who knows about NFTs? Can you just raise your hand if you know about NFTs? NFTs. If you don't understand my English, and if I speak too fast, please just mention me. Okay, so NFTs or NFT, do you know that? Okay, do you know Gozali? Yes, absolutely, everyone know Gozali. Do you know Bitcoin? Yes, also. Do you know Metaverse? Yeah, do you want to talk about it? Yeah, maybe before Mr. Rui already talking about transformation between conventional to digital transformation. This is currently already happening. And sadly, what I'm seeing is Bali, basically, we're still 2 years behind that transformation. This is what is going on here. So I'm building a startup in Bali, Baliola, and we are having a lot of problem to getting a digital talent in Bali. Basically, I cannot find a right developers in Bali. I don't know what is going on. I'm basically starting from a digital ecosystem 15 years ago in Jakarta, and then I back to Bali 2019, sorry. So I back to Bali and starting this business. So the future after digital transformation is we're talking about Web 3. What is Web 3? Do you know Web 2? Do you know Web 3? Web 1? So this is the new futures that you will face on. So if you are not level with this kind of knowledge, I think you will have a problem, man. So next. Okay, next. Okay, first we will talking about border. Do you see this map? Okay, so this is a world map. So we have a border, right? So we are in Indonesia, and then people in Australia, and then my friend in USA, and my friend on Singapore. Is it still a border? I want to ask you all. Is it still a border of country in our community? Really? Yesterday I have a meeting with USA company. Yesterday I have a meeting with them. And I have a meeting with Singapore University. I have a meeting with some blockchain advisors that in Australia. So we are not talking about the border of country. We already are here when you say, so this is, I don't know, is this a curse or this is a bliss, a blessing or grateful? When you are people in Bali, you're already in a global community because Bali is already in global community. So we are not talking only about Bali or Indonesia. People around the world always asking, where is Indonesia? Where is Indonesia? Where is Indonesia from Bali? He said, you know, this is it's a joke, but it's always, joke is growing on me. Yeah, so we're not talking about the old border. We are talking about next, this border, you know? Okay, like this seminar, it is hybrid seminar. There's like 1,000 people already seeing us now, but there is another people here and over there. The border is not between a country, but the border is between the reality and the digital world. So before we're doing the transformation, but now the transformation is clearly the new one. The transformation going to virtual world. So we're not talking about metaverse only. This is the Web 3. This is a Web 3 that we will face on. Next. So this is the new border definition. So we are not talking about country because people is here already. If you want to meet people from Germany, from America, from everywhere, you can go to Nusa Dua now. There is a big conference there, a startup conference. A lot of venture capitals is there too. If you have a startup and you want to be investing, it's there. They are there now. So if you want to see people from around the world, they are there with a lot of money. I mean, the big pocket of money over there. So this is what we're talking about. It is the blended version of border. There is a reality and digital is being blended. We don't talking about, we are doing, okay, I cannot going to school, I'm not going to my class, but how about I doing it by Zoom? Or I can go to Metaverse and I want to see my lecture there. It's already happening. In our center, is Bali Blockchain Centers. Sometimes we bring our Oculus and doing a meeting there within our Oculus. So this is the new word. Next. So, do you know about Web3? Do you know about Web3? This is what we will facing up. So, what I'm thinking is Web3 is all about creativity. Web3 is different, really different than Web 2 and Web 1. At Web 2, you are now in the Web 2 era. Era of socialization, centralization, digital, all going to digital. Facebook, do you know, you have Facebook, right? Yeah. Yeah, Facebook, this is Web 2. And we are in the front of a door to Web 3 now because of blockchain technology, because of virtual reality, augmented reality, and a lot of technology that we already facing now. Next. So the difference between Web 1, Web 2, and Web 3, you can see in this scheme, in these pictures. The Web 1, I think all of you don't never see Web 1, right? Yeah? Right? Is it people who born in 1986 here, beside me? Okay, no, yeah? Okay, because Web 1 is all about making a static website. There is no feedback of the website, it is only a static one. And then the second generation of Web 2, Web 1 is Web 2. When people can collaborate, when people can just see, just doing a socialization. That's why social media is growing up. This is about being borderless. So this is about Web 2. And then Web 3, it's all about decentralized. There's no one will be intermediary. Everyone can be their own server. Everyone can be doing a transaction peer-to-peer. You know the transaction peer-to-peer, the difference between peer-to-peer transaction and a non-peer-to-peer transaction. You know what is different? The peer-to-peer transaction, in transaction without intermediary, or there is no third party. The transaction that using third party is basically you are on that era now. You know your bank, the ATM, and you're just doing transferring money from one place to another place. So bank is the intermediary. This is the third party. Bank will do the validation of the transaction. Are you having a money there or not? Is it real money? And when you will doing the transfers, this is about intermediary. But on Web 3, we don't need bank. We can be our own bank. On the Web 3, when I giving you money on Web 3, it's all about me and you. It's no intermediary in the middle. This is the new era. So this era is making a transformation between a digital economy. Now it's going to virtual economy. Okay, I will pause there. Digital economy is going to virtual economy. Maybe some of you say that Pak Riri all just said digital economy is now, but now it's already virtual economy. Really? Yeah, really. That's why Pak Riri said it's agile. It's real. I mean, you cannot say that agile. What is agile? It's just a theory. No, we are in a startup ecosystems. Agile is our #1 tools. We cannot be, because this industry is changing every single second. If you don't know what is the meaning of agile, it's lincah on bahasa Inggris, you know. So you need to be agile. You need to be movement as the flow is going. This is what we call agile. And funny speaking, Baliola has a culture, a corporate culture called agile too. Agile is called A is attitude. Everything is about attitude. We need a good talent with attitude. G is good conduct. You need to be a good conduct, doing a good deed and everything. E is innovation. Innovation and initiative. L is loyalty, and E is empowering everybody. So this is the culture that we call it agile culture. So this is Web 3, the difference between Web 1, Web 2, and Web 3. Next. So, is it a new one? Yes. Everybody has their different assumption about Web 3. Is it real? Web 3 is real or not? Even that a lot of developers, they're thinking, is it real Web 3? Is it understand about Web 3? And then, next. And another developers also say that the Web 3 is the future or not. It's a lot of discussion and still like that. But the community of Web 3, it's growing now, and not in all over the world. And you know where's the center of Web 3 development? Maybe some of you will say it's United States, right? Or it's in Europe, right? No, it's in Bali. Next. So when we go to Web3, when we go to a new era of internet, we need to do a virtual thinking. We're not thinking again like, okay, I cannot do there. It's different now. Virtual, it's not about, okay, I will explain it after this slide. And then the community. We are talking about how to empowering community. This is the era of distributed or Web3. And then we do it collectively. We can do collective. Bitcoin, crypto. And then the fourth one is ownership. I want to ask you, the data on Facebook, your data on Facebook, who is belong to? It's belong to Facebook. It's not yours. It's not yours. Sorry to say, it's not yours. Your data, big data and Web 2, because our data is controlling by someone. But on a virtual economy or Web 3, we can own our data. If someone want to take our data, they need to give us something. So this is what we're talking about, Web 3. The fourth one is decentralization. There is no centralization. Decentralization. Everybody can be owning the network. Everybody can be owning the server. Everybody can be the validators of every transaction is happening. This is what Web3 is. Next. So we are going to be transforming again from digital economy to virtual economy. So digital economy is based on services. So every single company now, digital company, is doing a services on digital. For example, Facebook, what is their services? Social, right? WhatsApp, what is their services? Chatting, right? And then Twitter, what is their services? Tweeting, right? Tokopedia, Gojek, they're all doing services. But on virtual economy, we are talking about commodity. If you are an artist, you want to sell it, your artwork, you can make that artwork as a commodity that you can selling it. If you have a project or an idea and you want to raising fund, it's not about servicing to raising fund, you can making a token and selling the token to fund your idea. Every single document that you have now, maybe it's controlling by the university, right? But in Web3, you yourself will be controlling all of your data. That is what we're talking about Web3. And in digital economy, it represents a reality asset. Basically, it represents a reality asset. For example, these chairs, it's represented on digital, right? With a number or something. But in virtual economy, we don't need the real thing. If you have an idea, or maybe you like to designing a chair, designing maybe a car, you can sell it on Roblox. And with a big value. I mean, my kid sells something on Sandbox. I mean, just a sword for $50. It's my kids, it's like 7 years old, 7 years old, and already making money, $50. It's really. I'm so surprised about it. And also, one artist making an artwork that before they only got paid like 500,000 rupiah, right? Suddenly it's got 56 million rupiah. It's just like that. It's in virtual economy because everything, every data, every idea that you have is a commodity on this era. So you need to protect your data, your idea. And digital economy is talking about third party, but on virtual economy, we're doing peer-to-peer. This is the difference. Next. Okay, this is research that I take from the internet that global Web3 market size to reach $81.5 billion in 2030. I mean, 2030, it's about in the corner now. So the market of Web3, it will be like 81 billion. It's a lot of money, man. Just take 1%, it's still a lot of money. Take on 0.1, it's still a big of money. It's big fat check, you know. Next. Okay, and what's the problem? This is, okay, when we go to Web3, what will be the problem that, how we prevent that problem on us? So I'm talking about Web3, we're not talking only about IT. Even you, all of you may be from the economic faculty, right? Okay, I will say to you this one. I need a talent, not from the IT only, but economic perspective too. Blockchain is also has a blockchain economic. It's not only about blockchain technical. Token is not only about token statistic, but also token economics. We need to make a good token economic, blockchain economic, who can be helping us to make a good governance for our technology. So it's your job, man. It's your job. Next, what's the problem? Next. Okay, are we ready yet? When you see all of this, the one thing that I always say, are we ready yet? I mean, we are talking about NFT starting from 2021. Yeah, I'm introducing NFT to artists, to university students, a lot of people. It's about 40,000 people. I already making 40,000 audience talking about NFT in 2021. And you know what they are thinking? Are we ready yet? Sometimes I just say, are they ready to hear this? I mean, this is the truth now. It's already happening, but are they ready yet? This is basically, you need to understand yourself. Are you ready to face the new era? And then second one, next. How to make the best of it. If you know that the era is coming, what do you want to do? If you see a very beautiful young lady is over there, you are eager to speak, what do? Make a move, right? So make a move. Try to understand. Try going to community. Starting everything. Starting to understand. Starting to reading. Remember, the one thing is really love about blockchain or Web3 is you need to be a good reader. That is the first key to be in this industry. You cannot just seeing the title and you say that I'm the expert. It's classic plus 62, you know. Just read the title and then you say, okay, I understand of the topic. No, you need to understand all of it. You need to reading along a lot of document. You need to searching. Google is your place to understand this technology. Next. Okay, how to protect your idea. Remember, Web3, it's about idea place. It's a virtualize your idea. So remember, when you do the idea, making an artwork or design or maybe a business models, go to NFT, mint it on NFT and say that this is my idea. You need to say that. Don't be like, you know, I don't know in English, sesenggakan, what is the English of sesenggakan? You know, it's dengaden awak bisa. Remember that? Okay, it's a Balinese philosophy. That means that it's not mean that you need to be a shy person that say that I don't know. Okay, if you go to my office and you're going to interview by me, and I ask you, do you know this thing? Yeah, a little bit. Even though you know a lot, but you say, yeah, a little bit. You know, this is a polite thing. In Indonesia, sorry. In these cultures, I will say, I don't need you. You just know a little bit. You need to be confident, right? I know this. I can do this like that. Dengaden awak bisa. It means even though you know everything, you need to learn. This is the philosophy, and this is a different kind of perspective. So be that one. Next. How will impact our society? It will a lot impact society. On Bali Blockchain Centers, now we are doing research on developing a blockchain for Bali, helping a local community. You know Desa Adat? We are trying to make them a decentralized autonomous organization that controlled by network. Why? Because there's a lot of problem in LPD, right? If you learn about the local economy, LPD have a lot of problem. So we are finding out that blockchain can be the result. Blockchain can be an idea to prevent the problem that's happening now. So maybe if you want to doing scriptsy, thesis, yeah, you can go to Bali Blockchain Center. We have a lot of lists of research. You can do it. Next. Yeah, so where do we start? This is Bali Blockchain Center and all community of blockchain in Bali. We are now developing a movement. We call it Silicon Bali. It's eye-catching, right? Silicon Valley. You know Silicon Valley? Yeah, the home of Apple, you know, Facebook, Google. So we will have Silicon Valley. It's starting from Bali. Why Bali? It's Bali, Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is a movement to make Bali as a center of Web3 development in the world. The problem is, are you ready to be a center of development? Are you ready to understand this one? Are you ready to being in this community? Because what we are doing now, we already gathering a lot of party and we're developing a lot of initiative. Like for example, we will go to your university on here too, maybe in next month, and we will doing another seminars about Web3, blockchain, and how it will be protected and how you can be on this era. With HIPME Blockchain Center, we will helping you with Creativity here too to supporting this movement. So next, the question is why Bali? You know, there is 8 blockchain company that already worth $100 million is already in Bali. Their license is in United States, Bahamas, or in Europe. But their developers, CEO, and a lot of people are in Bali. I mean, they're in Canggu. A lot of people on blockchain society. And then there is token, like ACTA blockchain, like Planet Falcons. It's an initiative to changing plastic to solar, to you know, oil. It's also a startup from Bali. Maybe you don't know that. There's a lot of Web3 startup. It's in Bali now. They are working from Bali. Starting from pandemic, they are coming out from their country, go to Canggu. That's why pandemic, Canggu never die. Maybe Kuta die, Nusa Dua die, and then but Canggu still alive. Yeah, a lot of life. That's why, because of this, there is a lot of global community starting this movement. We need to do it ourselves too, because man, this is your future. You don't need to be on a cruise to get a lot of money. You can build your startup because a lot of ventures capital is already here. You can make a blockchain project. Why? There are a lot of Web3 investors is here. You can be a developers. You can be a business development. We need that business development. Clearly, it's honestly, I'm hiring now. If you are interested to be business development, I am searching from economic student. It's not from IT student. It's from economic. Because economic thinking is different than IT thinking. It's different, really different. Yeah. That's why I am taking my master degree on economic, because I need to understand about economic too. Yeah, yeah, there is it. So it's starting. We have Bali Blockchain Center. You know where the place of Bali Blockchain Centers? Do you know the place? It's in Dharma Negara Alaya. I think you know that building. Yeah, it's a big building. It's a very great building. Like, you can go there and asking about Web3 and everything. And even if you go to HIPME, we have HIPME Blockchain Centers. Also, the HIPME Blockchain Centers, we're focusing on adapting the blockchain technology on every several business, because blockchain can be used for everything. It's not about crypto, yeah. Blockchain, crypto, and NFT is different, but all of this token technology is based on blockchain. Yeah, there is it. So it is different. Never say, because you know, in February 2021, when we introducing NFT and blockchain, they always say, oh, this is Bitcoin. Come on, guys. Bitcoin is cryptocurrency, is different, and blockchain is the base of technology. NFT is another token. It's also not a cryptocurrency. So this is different thing. Yeah, please don't mistake about this. Yeah, you are already in Silicon Valley, so please understand this. Okay, next. So, where do we start? This is the last question that I asked. Now you need to ask yourself, where do you start? You start from Google, you start from community, you start from Bali blockchain centers, you start from HIPMI blockchain centers, or you just start to Toko Crypto or Indodax. Is up to you. It's based on your interest. But one thing that I guarantee you, this movement will be happening. It's up to you. You want to be in that movement or just being a good watcher or get a lot of benefit from this ecosystem. So this is, thank you for the attention. If you have a question, there is another Q&A. I hope there is a lot of question, and most of them is to Pariri. Please don't give me a hard question. Thank you.
Superb, Pak Anta, superb. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are entering a Q&A session with two speakers. So if anyone wants to ask questions to our speakers, please raise your hands. And also, if you are joining us online, you can type your questions in the chat menu. Any questions? Yes, please, gentlemen.
Thank you for the time. My name is Agus Putra. I'm from management. I want to ask some questions, general questions. What are your thoughts on challenges in this digital era? What type of job would you think become obsolete? And the last questions, what job should we think about for our future? Because we're a freshman after all. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Pak Anta, Pak Riri.
Okay, thank you. That's a good question. So, what are the challenges? The challenges, the first and the big challenge is changing your paradigm, changing your mindset. So that's the real changes. Mindset to enter the digital economy era. Maybe we already moved to virtual economy era, like NFT, non-fungible tokens, blockchain, cryptocurrency. That's a big issue. So everybody's still thinking. So itu apa non-fungible tokens itu? Intinya ginilah, itu kayak sertifikat tanah untuk aset digital. Gitulah kira-kira gitu ya. Masih nggak kebayang juga, and then we should learn. Gitu ya. So the first challenge is how to develop your mindset, how to develop your paradigm, and you just have a growth mindset. Nah repotnya, yang paling mengerikan buat saya sebagai orang yang mungkin generasi senior, lah sudah di atas 50, adalah ketika melihat anak-anak muda seusia Anda itu tidak memiliki growth mindset dan belajar apa yang diajarkan di kampus saja. Tidak mau belajar lebih besar. Misalnya, I just have a chit chat with Pak Agus, and then tahu nggak Pak Agus, di tempat saya di jurusan S2 Teknologi Informasi di UI, mata kuliah apa sekarang yang salah satunya menjadi favorit? Apa? Saya jawab, research metodologi, metodologi penelitian. Orang sit in di kuliah itu. Research metodologi tidak hanya untuk bikin skripsi, itu salah. Itu paradigma yang keliru. Apa yang disampaikan tadi sama-sama oleh kami berdua itu adalah research base. Di mana research centernya blockchain? Research sendiri. Oh di situ. Enggak, di Bali itu untuk Bali itu Di mana tempat research centernya? Bali Blockchain Center. So we have research center di Bali Blockchain Center. Nggak mungkin kan Pak, ada yang ngelamar ke tempat Anda nggak bisa research? Nggak mungkin. Gitu. Nah nanti kalau anak-anak Bali atau anak-anak Indonesia nggak bisa ngisi tempat beliau di Bali, yang ngisi siapa? Anak-anak dari Singapura, dari Malaysia, nangis kami itu. Gitu ya, itu challenging kita. Ya, itu challenging kita. Okay, itu the first one. The second one, your question is, what kind of jobs, what type of jobs that will disappear, yang akan menghilang? I can say it's a more clerical, mechanical, mechanistic job yang bisa digantikan oleh mesin. Jadi kekuatan manusia itu bukanlah di clerical, mechanical, bukan. Itu bisa digantikan mesin. Kekuatan manusia itu adalah di creativity, inovatif, dan di design thinking, creative thinking, whatever. Itu kekuatan manusia. Jadi kalau mengerjakan pekerjaan yang berulang, kemudian mekanistik, lama-lama itu hilang, bisa digantikan oleh mesin. Misalnya penjaga pintu tol. Itu kan kerjaannya mekanistik saja, lama-lama hilang. Atau siapa gitu ya lama-lama. Lama-lama petugas check-in counter juga hilang, karena sekarang sudah ada self-check-in. Oke? So, yang menghilang adalah pekerjaan seperti itu. Pastikan Anda, kompetensi Anda tidak hanya berhenti di level mekanistik, operasional, mekanikal, prosedural, tidak di situ. Pastikan kompetensi Anda setelah lulus kuliah, make sure you gain the competency of creativity, innovation, breakthrough thinking, design thinking, critical thinking, whatever. Itu adalah competencies that we need now and in the future. Kalau disiplin ilmu bisa dipelajari. And then, your third questions, what types of jobs that will rise up? Salah banyaknya, bukan salah satunya. Salah banyaknya udah disampaikan oleh beliau. So, you have to gain the competencies on Web3 with the derivative of Web3, and then the blockchain, and then blockchain is a peer-to-peer, apalagi itu peer-to-peer gitu ya, dan segala macam. Itu adalah kompetensi manusia baru. Sekarang tiba-tiba orang tidak lagi main saham yang kita dengar, main cryptocurrency, apalagi itu. Kalau hari ini Anda masih tercengang dan terbingung-bingung dengan cryptocurrency, and then you are in trouble. You are in trouble. You have to speed up your competencies. Anak saya kuliah di Brawijaya, kebetulan dia kuliah, itu cryptocurrency udah mainan harian dia sekarang. Gitu. Di laptop dia udah, kadang saya belajar dari dia ngintip-ngintip. Kok papa ngintip, bukannya papa dosen TI, nah gitu. Artinya kompetensi dia udah maju dibanding bapaknya. So that's my questions. The challenges and what types of jobs will rise up, will disappear, and what types of job will rise up. Yang penting adalah kita mempersiapkan diri untuk perubahan. Saya sudah usia 52, I'm 52 now. What I learned at school when I was in the baik tingkat sarjana, S2 dan seterusnya, hari ini mungkin 85% sudah kadaluarsa. Jadi bayangkan kalau saya tidak punya yang saya presentasikan tadi, learning ability yang tinggi. So what happen if I don't have the learning ability? Dan orang seperti bos kita ini pasti punya learning ability. Di mana belajar blockchain, Pak? Pasti belajar sendiri. Autodidak. Gitu. Sama, saya juga kebetulan autodidak belajar. Gitu. Jadi itu cara mindset yang membuat kita terus belajar. Terima kasih, Pak.
Brilliant. Pak Anta, would you like to add?
Thank you, Pak Riri. Udah dijelasin ya. Pak Riri also already explained a lot ya. The challenge is I agree with Pak Riri. You know, the paradigm first is We need to have a right mindset on this era of talking about digital era or virtual era or Web3, Web2. We need to have a mindset. The problem in the Bali now is not only about mindset to digital, but also mindset of where we are in the world. This is a new thing, you know. If you say that we are inferior in the world, I think you need to go to maybe John Robert Powers or something, you know, about your confidence level. But the one thing we need to be confident, we also already on a global community, so we need to chip in on that global community. And the job, I also agree, there is, you know, the movement of artificial intelligence, is my scriptsy is artificial intelligence. Yeah, because I taking a double degree, mathematics and also IT, so the scriptsy must be on artificial intelligence. It's hectic and I almost quit the university because it's quite hard. But yeah, thanks God it's finished and I'm free, yes. You know, so the movement of artificial intelligence, it's making a lot of jobs will be disappear. For example, right now, the digitalization, like accountant, can be gone. I mean, the software like journal.id or everything, you just need admin. I don't need a accountant because the software do accountant. So if I love accounting, what do I do? You need to understand about managerial accounting or strategic accounting. This is what we need. For example, in my startup now, we are on the fundraising for seed fund. We need a strategic accountant, you know, funds to thinking about how much money we will raise and how we will put it on our portfolio. We need this kind of thing. And it will never die. There's a lot of people, a lot of money, a lot of crowdfunding. People want to invest on business. You need to understand about finance. And if you love finance, oh, this is your era. This is your era. But you need to be a strategic thinking, creative, finance talents. It's not only about, okay, there's a debit, credit or something. No, but thinking about how we doing a strategic for this startup, how we strategic for this business, how we crowdfund. In this project, how we crowdfund the project. Are we using crypto or we are not using crypto? This is what is good. And the future job will be is the only job that will be less for human is job with creativity skill. I really love that sentence from Pariri. With creativity, analytic and everything, it's human job. That's why we have brain. That is it. So, like for example, I always had a fight with my father because of you know, my kids. There is a 7.5 years old. She loves to drawing. Yeah, she draw a lot. And my father say, you need to go to school and learn and everything. I said, no. If she loves to drawing, why not? People got $35 million from drawing. So what is everyone can make money now. So let it. Because creativity, digital illustrator will not be die. We need a lot of digital illustrator. This is it. So maybe there's the answer from me.
Very interesting and inspiring talk, ladies and gentlemen. So it's a matter of mindset, our strong willingness to move forward from digital economy to virtual economy. So the question is, are we ready or not? Interesting. Another questions to our speakers. Excellent. To that young man, please, on the second or third, the third row. Yes, please.
Yes. Okay, thank you for the time. Thank you, Pak Ririn and Anta, Bro Anta. I come from Badung, young entrepreneur. Yeah, Pak Lengkong, Ari, Dodo is our headquarters is at New Dharmanagara Alaya. And also, Pak Ririn, thank you very much for very valuable information regarding digital transformation. My name is Agung Bayu from Program Dr. Ilmu Ekonomi and also entrepreneur, Pak, at Logistic and Forwarding Association. and Alfi, Pak Yuki Nugrawan Hanapi. I saw on your CP you are on Commissaries of PT Jakarta International Container. As we know that our President already have instruction for number 5, Pak, Instruksi Presiden regarding National Logistic Ecosystem. This is a new era for us and new platform for us whether we can survive on this new era because we already survive from Bom Bali 1, Bom Bali 2, Gunung Agung meletus, and also from pandemic. But as a logistic and forwarding industry, we are jasa pengurusan transportasi that with this platform, with the service at the platform National Logistic Ecosystem, between the seller, buyer, and multi-liner, and also the forwarding agent at overseas, they are meet at this platform. What should we do for adopt this new era, and what is the strategy? Should we learn to be survive or even to be winner of this new era? Thank you very much. For Anta, I don't have question for you. Really brilliant presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. Terima kasih. Yes, we have to develop and enhance our logistic ecosystem. So, because banyak persoalan terkait sila kelima Pancasila, keadilan sosial bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia, itu disebabkan karena logistik ekosistem yang kurang baik. Why? Mengapa? Why the price of oil is higher in certain places in Indonesia than the other one? Why? One of the problem is the logistic system. So we have to develop the logistic system. I absolutely agree. So that's the first one. The second one, if we talk about the logistic system regionally, so Indonesia is a very, very big country and maritime country, but anyway, apakah Indonesia juga penguasa logistik untuk wilayah ini? Ternyata the king of logistik itu ada di tetangga kita yang negara sepulau itu. Karena di sanalah terletak pelabuhan besar dengan logistik sistem yang luar biasa. Gitu. Tantangan kita adalah seperti itu. Sekarang persoalannya, kalau kita, if we want to develop logistic system, where is the hub and spoke location of our global supply chain in maritime era? Yes, Pak, I agree with you. We have so many homeworks for this, so we are fighting for this. We are developing strategy for this. For container terminals, so how big is our port to serve big ships yang masuk bawa kontainer dari luar? Kalau tidak apa, kapal-kapal besar yang bawa kontainer itu berhenti di Singapura. Dan kita hanya pensupply mereka. Nah, itu mengerikan juga. So we are still a lot of things to do. Nah, what is the strategy? Okay, I cannot say in the very short time like this, but maybe sometimes we can talk a lot. So that's the first one. And the second one is also we have to build digital transformation for our ports. Yes, we are doing now. I can tell you that digital transformation is being conducted now in GICT, Pelindo, etc. So we are doing that. And then we adopt the technology, we develop the technology, but of course, the main issue is not the technology. It's about the business model, because on port we have seaside business, we have landside business, and we have several revenue stream, and then we develop the business model, and then what kind of competitiveness that we want to achieve by digital transformation. So that's what we are going to do now. It's not about the technology itself, but it's also about the business and enhanced by the technology. And I absolutely agree. So that's why if we could achieve, let's say, the digital logistic ecosystem of Indonesia, that would be very, very valuable to enhance, let's say, the logistic problem of this country. And then in the end, we could reach sila kelima dari Pancasila, mungkin harga menjadi lebih stabil, harga menjadi lebih, perbedaan harga menjadi tidak menjadi isu. Bagaimana mungkin pembangunan akan terjadi di Papua kalau harga semen ratusan ribu per sak gitu ya, it's impossible. Itu adalah problem-problem besar. Kira-kira demikian Pak, but I believe you have a lot of attention to digital logistic ecosystem. So we are in that kind of era now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Riri. We have a question from somebody joining us online. Right, from Ketut Pradnyananda Jaya. The question is how technology-based enterprise in Indonesia with high technology product doing digital transformation. What lessons learned from this technology? I guess both speakers can answer this question.
I think I already answered that with 3 slides. So how, lesson learned, so we have the slides on lesson learned. So we can see the slides, the lesson learned, and how they do that, we can see the process, the strategy. Maybe let's you can read the answers on my presentation slides. So that's my answer, Pak. So we have several lesson learned, right? Yeah. Okay.
Pak Anta, do you want to add something?
Yeah, there is already explained by Pak Riri about how the highly tech technology is transforming and everything is already explained. But what I'm here is, maybe I wanna giving an experience. I'm doing cloud computing before I go to blockchain era. I'm doing a centralized era. There is a cloud computing, developing software as a service, software for university in around Indonesia. So to transforming university to digital era is not an easy job. You know, maybe Udayana is a big and respected university already. They already have a strategic planning to going to digital, but not with all of the university on east of Indonesia. We are going to East Indonesia all over, like Papua, Kupang, Alor, Lombok, Sumbawa, like that, with Maluku, Sulawesi. So we are introducing transformation to a university to transform to digital. To making them understand, we need to go to top first, because it's about management, it's about strategic. What Pak Riri said already, digital transformation is about strategy. So we are not talking about from top to bottom. We cannot talk about transformation from bottom to bottom up. It's really hard to do that. We need a very big movement to do that. But if the leaders understand about transformation, the transformation on that organization will be much more easier. I think that is my experience, because with this kind of technology, we need strategic first from the head of the organization.
Right. Well, speaking of ecosystem in the process of digitalization, I was wondering what should the government provide, let's say in terms of incentives, facilities, and also regulation that should be prepared in order to foster, the creativity and innovation. Anyone? All right.
Okay, so what I'm thinking is the government need to do, it is a lot of dimension, yeah. So we're talking about, if we were talking about talent, resource, human capital, the government needs to be supporting the local talents and helping them to I don't know, but the problem here of digital ecosystems in Bali itself, now we don't have the right place to people to work on IT. You know, I just got the numbers and it's really ridiculous. The numbers are really bad, Paridi. I mean, only 10% of IT students work in IT company. 10% in Bali. It's 10%. I mean, with that 100%, only 10% work in IT for IT university.
For IT graduates.
Yes. This is the problem. What's going on here? The one thing is maybe the university don't have the right curriculums to comply with actual project on industry. But the second one, maybe there is no job opening enough for the IT graduates that focus on IT development. Just go to hospitality and being a waitress, maybe like that only. This is the problem. So this is the one dimension. The second one is about regulation. You know, the government, I don't know, this is my honest opinion. The government style is wait and see. Wait, see first, and then if you prove it, and then we do the regulation. I think we need to disrupt the government. Do something, do a sandbox. OJK already doing a regulatory sandbox for all the fintech.
Yeah, fintech.
Yeah, so I think for the government, they can make like their own sandbox of every single thing, just trying to find out which one is good. Another one is opening the investment. There is another thing we're talking about in startup industry. Like in Bali, Baliola Rising Fund, the first time we Rising Fund in Bali, we are going everywhere in Bali. There's no one who is giving us money to developing our platform. But only 2 days I go to Jakarta and we got invested from angel investors. I mean, why it's such like this? A lot of startup is good in Bali. It's a lot of good startup in Bali, but they don't get access to funding so easily. This is the problem here too. So the government needs to be like giving a readiness investment for our locals here. Maybe just give, you know, startup don't need a lot of money. I mean, the first time we are building Baliola, we just need 50 million rupiah. I mean, 50 million is small money. And then we go, second one is 100 million, and then we go to 500 million. Now we are rising for $1 million. So this is the step that we need to do as long as we doing the what do you call it, the progress. So this is what we say. So the government needs to need to be in the ecosystem. Now they're just like, okay, what else like that. So.
Yes, I think one big issue for government, in my humble opinion, is the government is to have to move faster to learn about digital economy and virtual economy so they can produce a productive and make competitive environment regulation. That's all. So they have to speed up their learning process to understand that. So I have a lot of friends in the government that I think they are experts in this era, but I don't know, to make decisions is not as easy like that. That's it, Pak. So
Right.
That's my opinion.
Superb. Well, I think data privacy is another big concern that also needs regulation, right? Yeah, I think Pak Riri and you also, Pak Anta, made that point in your presentation.
Yes, we have sebetulnya punya RUU tentang itu yang sampai hari nggak disah-sahkan juga. So that's undang-undang kerahasiaan data pribadi ya. Nah itu memang ya Pak. So we have problem with that.
Right,
Ya,
excellent.
mudah-mudahan bisa dalam waktu cepat.
Okay. We have a question appears here from Niputu Widya Utami. The question is, in doing business, we need to look at the opportunities that are available. How do we determine that this can be an opportunity for us to achieve our goals and make a profit? Anyone?
Okay, maybe I will explain a little bit about the startup phase. Let's call it problem solution fit. So the first of all, it's not to be a big problem do we solve. Maybe a small problem, but all of the people already confirmed there's a problem. So for example, I don't know, is it, you know, one thing that I have a problem in Denpasar is when I drive a car, it's really difficult to find a parking spot on another place in Denpasar. So there's a problem. I don't know. Is it all of you have a problem? Bapak have a problem with that? Yes? So you have to confirm problem. And then you go asking a lot of people and then you got your sample. Back to research again. Sample. Okay, there is 100 people said the same thing. Okay, we confirm, yeah, this is a problem. So how we make a business? So this is a problem, and what solution we will propose? Maybe, okay, maybe a application that can find a right spot like that. Okay, is that the solution? They can testing to us again. And then if that, okay, that is the solution, then how we make money at it? How about we change the money by, if you buy subscribing like 1 million rupiah a month, you will be parking free everywhere in Denpasar. Okay, you got that money, you got a profit. It's only from one application. It's small, just to finding a parking spot for us. So that is how we work in startup. You don't need to have a big idea. I mean, Baliola, the first idea is we want to protect our artwork, our artists. That's all. But when with the work, with the root of our company, now we are aiming to make our own blockchain. We are aiming to be the enabler of blockchain. We want to be a bridge to metaverse through NFT. Why? Because when we introducing our solution and problem, and also we already got revenue. I mean, our platform is already giving money. And then the people say, where do I start? How do I start? I have a game. I want to go to a DeFi game or GameFi. How I do that? Okay, we make a platform, a new platform, and based on our platform, we pivoting. We can, and on startup, we have a term that called pivot. So sometimes, if there's this problem is not fit with the solution, we need to pivot. This is the different thing. But the main thing about startup and finding how we do it is, it's still the mindset of entrepreneurship must be there, because the mindset of entrepreneurship is not about, okay, if good, yeah, we can go. If bad, yeah, just lose the company is good. No, there is not startup or entrepreneur mindset. Entrepreneur mindset, is it good, we success. Is it not, we need to defend. We need to be survive. This is what we call entrepreneurship. Because if sometimes the company is going bad, we need to survive. I mean, in the first stage of my company, I even cannot pay myself. So this is, you need to survive. So finding the problem is a small thing. Make a solution is another one. Making a new revenue, it's another thing. So just find you need to care about your environment. What is the problem there? What you can, and you don't need to think that I need to using blockchain now, or you need to, okay, I want to do NFTs. No. That is not how it works. Pak Riri already said, technology must follow the strategy. So we make the strategy first. Okay, I want to protect the artists to selling their art online. So we say, okay, NFT is the right thing. That's why we choose NFT and blockchain. This is how it works. So this is from me.
Right. Pak Riri?
So there are two types of strategy that I already addressed during my presentation. The first one is the market-based strategy, and the second one is a resource-based strategy. So those two strategies is very, very different in theory and in practice. But let me keep it simple. The mindset of a market-based strategy is to analyze whether there is a market, there is an opportunity, so we have to analyze, and then we produce goods and services. But by resource-based, it's not like that. Resource-based people is, they have what we call experimenting with calculated risk. So, kalau nggak dicoba, kita nggak tahu. So, para entrepreneur itu, dia nyoba. Gitu ya, let's do the business. Not good, let's fix the problem. Not good, okay, apa yang harus kita enhance? That's it. So, that's a resource-based strategy. So, a little bit different, very different to market-based strategy. But both of them punya pengikut di dunia dan punya berhasil dan punya gagal. Tinggal kita mau ngikut yang mana itu aja. Terima kasih.
All right. Do you have any other questions? Raise your hand, please. Anyone, please give a microphone to anyone raising a hand. Maybe that lady, yes, please. Excellent.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Udayana Marta Ratnasari, and now I'm majoring in management. I'd like to give a question to Pak Anta. Now that Web3 pushes to decentralization of things, are those centralized institutions going to be outdated? For example, are university or government cease to exist? Thank you.
Yes, please.
So decentralization is about the structure of organization. You know, in university, is it need to be destroyed? Yeah, every centralized. We don't want something needs to still be centralized. Not all of things. I mean, it's still to be centralized. Some of things, but decentralization that have a different level. I mean, if you want to destroying university organization, you want to get a bad standard of university, lecture. So everyone can make their own lectures, okay, that's good. But yeah, sometimes we still need a standard. Sometimes we still need a standard. There is one thing. So decentralization in university or in government, it's about how to protecting their data and confirming there is no colluding. You know, like corruption or something, so like a government itself. You know, the government of Denpasar already have a 5-year contract with us. We want to make a blockchain, private blockchain for them, to make them, to make all the data and transaction on the government is more secure and it's open and decentralized. So there is not all that can be decentralized, but decentralized must. But we need to find out which one. It's based on the case, you know, it's based on the case. So that's why you are here, you understand the technology, and then you adapt. So how we adapt this thing. For example, your ijazah, right? Your ijazah now, if you go, there is some cases. I see the cases when I joining a long time ago in my government, in Gamma Techno. I'm former of Gamma Techno. There was someone say that I am the graduate from Singapore, Nanyang University, but we don't know where to confirm. Is it real in Nanyang? Is it good or not? Everything, you know. And we say, okay, good, you're good. So how much money you want? This kind, okay, and you're joining. 3 months later, I just found out there is a fake. I don't know. So if we're using decentralized, we confirm it. You can confirm the ijazah being NFTs. You can do that. Your ijazah is NFT. Your ijazah is NFT. You can do that on decentralized. And it will be immutable, cannot be edited. And every single party like university and also Depdikbud and also maybe your lecturers give a sign that you are passing all of the lecturer. It's in one certificate. So it's easier for us to hiring. Just find out and to see, searching snow trace or searching the explorer of blockchain, and I see, oh yeah, you are minting from the government, from the university, right? So this is the use case you can do. So it's basically based on the case you want to solve. Is it going to decentralize or not? Because until now, not all organizations want to be cloud. Until now. Yeah, Pak, ya? So until now, not all organizations want to be cloud. They want to make a cloud, yes, but private cloud. Same like government. They want to be going blockchain, but they want to be private blockchain. BI, Bank Indonesia, they want to make blockchain, but they want to be a private blockchain. So why not? Yeah, maybe, hope it's answer your question.
Pak Riri?
Okay, decentralized versus centralized. Sometimes, in certain case, we can full decentralized, sometimes full centralized. But mostly, the practice in this world is hybrid. Yeah, hybrid, centralized and decentralized. We call it federal system of governance in information technology. For strategic issues, it should be centralized. Top policies, strategic issues. For relatively operational things can be decentralized. So we can mix. We could find the best composition to mix that strategy like Anta said. Thank you.
All right. Any more questions to our speakers? Yes, please. Gentlemen.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Trima. I'm a student at Bachelor of Economics Study Program, Faculty Economy and Business, Udayana University. I have a question for Mr. Anta. Great point on blockchain, but there was a crypto flip earlier last month because it was extremely overvalued. What are your thoughts on cryptocurrency as reliable investment? And other thing based on blockchain is NFT. What are your thoughts on NFT? I believe irresponsible people tries to benefit them by uploading other artists' artwork. Thank you.
Okay, so first of all, we need to separate one thing. You know the original of Bitcoin, how they are making, why they are making Bitcoin? Bitcoin is basically, it's just an infrastructure. There is several computing that connecting together with the blockchain technology that called a Bitcoin network, and they don't know how to fund it. So they are issuing token that call it Bitcoin. It's 21 million token Bitcoin. Just say, okay, if I want to, if you want to use this server, you need to pay, right? So you pay by this token. So buy this token to provide the infrastructure of Bitcoin. So basically, token or coin is to supporting every single technology of blockchain. That's the first thing why there is happening. You know, Bitcoin, so everyone can have the validation, and then they get doing mining. Mining is about validation of every transaction. So when they do a validation every transaction, you will get the money for your job. It's called proof of work. When you do the work to mine the code, and you get the code, you will get the Bitcoin. This is how they work. Basically, the token, it's about funding the technology. So this is I will call it originally the purpose of cryptocurrency. It's for the technology. The second blockchain is Ethereum. It's the same thing like Bitcoin. And then, you know, sometimes when you see the commodity, people say going crazy, oh wow, this number we can go up. Let's go trade it. And again, trading is happening. So if your question is it real investment? It's based on your perspective. If you're seeing which one you want to invest, is it, you know, the token, there is a lot of kind of token, coin. There is coin, there is token. Coin is a cryptocurrency that the purpose is to funding the technology. It's called coin, like Bitcoin, Ethereum's, There is Cardano, ADA, there is a coin. Avalanche, AVAX, there's a coin too. But if we talk about token is different than coin. Token, it's funding the ecosystems. This is the different. In Indonesia, 98% of the crypto that based in Indonesia is a meme token. It's alternate token. It's meme. It's micin coin, like shit coin, like that. Sorry about my language, but it's true. There's not a lot of token that focus on ecosystems. Yeah. So what I said that like Kepeng is a token of ecosystem. So we are focused on ecosystem first. Even though we don't get the money from people who buy our coin, we spend it by our pocket first. So we are developing Baliola first. Then after that, let's see, because this Kepeng is based on foundation. It's a foundation. The legality is a foundation, like that. So this is based on what token you want to invest. If you invest on, that's why I say when you want to invest on crypto and doing crypto, there is a two kind of thing. It's still like a trading. There's a fundamental and also the fundamental. What is the fundamental of blockchain or coin? Read the white paper. Remember, read the white paper. What they want to do is all on the white paper. Don't do like, okay, my friend buys Shiba or something token is going like, oh, it's not crazy. It's a speculation. Remember, every people has, you already have an investment class? I don't know, you have an investment class? What the investment class asks you to do first, understand yourself. If you are the high risk taker, okay, you go to the high risk portfolio. If you are low risk taker, don't ever go to crypto. Because crypto is the second high risk in the world. The first one is Forex. If you are medium, okay, you can go crypto, but finding a right project or go to blue chip crypto like Bitcoin, Ethereum, like that. It's good, Binance, like that. So this is based on what token you see. So it's you are investing on a big project or it's a good project, it's for ecosystem, you do there. Now this is different between crypto and saham, stock. If you're doing in saham, you don't know how to do, just buy the product, right? And then just leave it to the company. But on crypto, when you invest on token, invest on the ecosystem, you can be a part of it. By how? Maybe being a communicators. You introduce to all your friends, and then you making a community manager, or you join the project, making an ecosystem on that. That is what we call token investation. Yeah, it's not only about I buy and then I leave it like that. No, you need to introduce to someone else. This is how crypto works. Same like NFT. NFT also, it's not cryptocurrency. It's different. Artwork can be high value and low value. You know how to make NFT to be, the price will be sustained? How to make it? The first is virality. NFT must be viral. The second one, NFT must be having utility. What for? If I have this NFT, I will meet Justin Bieber. Okay, I think all of you guys will be buying that NFT, right? And then if I have this NFT, I will have a lunch with my lecturer. I don't know, maybe some of you want, some of you not, I don't know. So the third one is community. NFT needs to make a community. So it's not like you selling your art and then just leave it like there. You need to make a community, maybe doing a workshop. You know Rakajana? Rakajana is Balinese artist that already had a successful NFT project. He get like $80,000 every week from the NFT. And then the fourth one is continuity. NFT needs to be continued. It's not be like, okay, stop here. No, you need to be continue the community. It's about maintain the community. The last one is profitability. If you using that four platform, profit is a must. Like that. So there's my answer.
Brilliant. Any other questions? From this side, please. That gentleman. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for the time. For the first, let me introduce myself. My name is Wilyanda from from the Faculty of Economic and Business Management Study Program. And hello, Panta. I have a question for you. Before that, your presentation is really good. You've got there. And yeah, I was wondering in the limitless possibility of Web3 space, what would be the impact for us in the academics? That's my question. Thank you. What would be the impact for us in the academics? Yeah. Academics. Thank you.
Okay, so about the impact of how Web3, you know, the one thing that I really amazed about the concept of Denpasar city, I mean, it's not a concept of Denpasar city, it's a concept of all city. It's just a pentahelix, you know. Yeah, you know, the pentahelix concept, the ecosystem must be developing by the government and academics, private sectors, community, and also, yeah, environment like that. So, where is academic on the Web3? Oh, academic is the main role of Web3. I mean, you need to be doing a research. Technology, NFT, and blockchain is a lot of adaptation. And the problem is, us in the business, we are focusing on profit. We need to understand about how it will be best practice for every single industry that we have. For example, I'm doing research on, you know, the verification process using multi-signature on a smart contract. So what I'm doing is I want to implementing blockchain on a verification process. And then another one is I have now NFT chocolate. When you buy NFT, you will get a real chocolate plant. And you can go there because it's geotagging. And you get discount, you get a 30% profit from the chocolate itself. And every single day on Valentine, you will get a chocolate sent from the farmer. I mean, this is really good NFT. So adaptation on NFT itself is big. NFT for carbon, how we implement NFT for carbon? You can do it research. It's in academic. And NFT for, maybe for property, like what I'm doing. Property, maybe you can learn about how to implement NFT on property. It can be your scriptsy, you know. I'm giving you the research now. So, and then the third one is maybe NFT for, I don't know, education. Now you pay your tuition every year, right? Yeah, every year or every semesters, right? How about you buy the NFT of every lectures and then you stack it. And if you got you know, the IPK, like 4, you got coin. And you change the coin to buy pulsa. How is it? It's good? Yeah. You can do that on NFT for education. And then NFT for charity. How to raising fund with NFT for helping maybe like yayasan or foundation or social movement. There's a research too. That's why I say academic, it's one of the main role on this industry. That's why I don't know how to do it, but I want to give an idea to Udayana. Maybe it will be the first, if you can make like a blockchain subject or blockchain faculty or blockchain jurusan blockchain, spatially like that, maybe you are the first one in Bali and it will be a better matter. Because even though that we already have a Web3 Silicon Valley, without a university that following to making a move like this too, I think Silicon Valley is just a name. There is it. So this is how academic will really need in Web3, academic will be the main role. You know.
Pak Riri, do you want to add? No. Okay. Any other questions to our speakers? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity that has given to me to ask some questions to our great speakers. My question is, last time there is a case of technology enterprise that illegally use or track their customer, like a browsing history, and how that a big enterprise or government can legally use a public data without being sued as a data phishing or cybercrime, and also how the strategy can people or individually to prevent cybercrime and also data phishing in digital economic society. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions, Pak Riri.
Thank you. Your data is your privacy, so it's protected by the law. Your data is your privacy, protected by the law. Unfortunately, kita belum punya undang-undang perlindungan data pribadi di Indonesia. Dan itu lagi proses terus di DPR. Mudah-mudahan segera ada. Itulah sebabnya, that's why sometimes you have problem with data protection, individual privacy in Indonesia. Suddenly I got phone call for somebody and offering me credit card. And I asked him, where you got my number? Ya dari sana Pak, dari sini Pak, dari situ Pak, dan seterusnya. Itu untuk urusan sederhana. So we should have the law, we should have the regulation to protect the data. That's mandatory. Sekarang problemnya adalah siapa yang akan menjadi pengatur itu di Indonesia? Who will have the mandate as the let's say law enforcement? DPR, pemerintah. If we put it to government, and then government, bagaimana kalau yang salah itu government? Dan seterusnya. Memang masih putar-putar di sana. So it's a mandatory. Actually, there are some cases lesson learned from other countries, but still Indonesia is quite unique, you know. And then we have to do a lot of adoption. But one thing for sure is your data is your privacy and should be protected by the law. Your phone number, your identity, blah, blah, blah. But I said again, but if once you enter the digital world and you are open to sebuah dunia di mana bandit paling jahat pun ada di situ. Jadi bisa juga datamu dicuri. Kalaupun diproteksi, tapi bisa dicuri kan? Gitu. I think you know Pak, bagaimana cara menyadap WA kan? Nah, you can do that. Salah satunya pakai Spicy ya. That's it. I can sadap WA-mu. Tapi bolehkah itu dilakukan? Tidak boleh. Tapi bisa dilakukan. Nah ini antara bisa secara teknologi dengan boleh secara regulasi, ini penting ini. Itu harus diatur undang-undang. Bolehkah kita masuk rumah orang tanpa izin? Nggak boleh. Bisa nggak? Bisa. Bisa kan? Tapi nggak boleh. Nah, begitu juga dengan dunia teknologi. That's also implied to the technology world. We have to have the regulation, Pak. So that's the only things to do. Silakan, Pak.
Yeah, privacy is always a thing, you know, for our digital ecosystems, you know. But one thing I agree with Pak Riri, your privacy, your data is your privacy. So please protect it and be aware every time, because sometimes when you do something, just click, you don't read the term and condition and a lot of things, and then you just say that your data has got stolen by someone or they selling your data, we don't know. So yeah, maybe it's just an idea, but you know the question that where I can get a problem that can making a profit. This is a problem. You see, this data protection is a problem, and you can using blockchain to do that. There is called browsing. You know Chrome, right? Chrome, Google Chrome. On decentralized world, we call it Brave. There is another browser they call Brave. They're using decentralized technology and protecting your data. So it's based on blockchain. So maybe you can make their own browser in Bali. There is a new startup then, like it's protecting your data. So what I said is, you need to be aware every time you put your name, your phone number, email on every field on internet, because it's not internet fault. It's your doing or share your data voluntarily. It's not internet fault, and it's not another people fault. It's your fault because you don't read the term and condition. That's all.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe many of you want to ask questions to our competent speakers, but unfortunately, time's up and we have to close this panel discussion. But before that, allow me to give the opportunity to our speakers to provide closing remarks. Yes, Pak Riri.
Baik, saya tidak akan ada closing remarks, tapi kan tadi disebutkan saya seorang penyair juga. So I will read a poem. Saya akan baca sebuah puisi, judulnya Perubahan. Baik, perubahan. Perubahan adalah suatu keniscayaan. Perabatan manusia maju karena perubahan. Namun, ada 4 sikap manusia terhadap perubahan. Ada yang pro, ada yang kontra, semua tergantung sudut pandang mereka. Pertama, mereka yang menolak perubahan. Perubahan buat mereka adalah ancaman. Entah itu ancaman eksistensi atau yang lainnya. Mereka mungkin sudah mapan dalam zona nyaman. Mereka memberi label bencana terhadap perubahan. Perubahan perlu ditolak, perlu diwaspadai. Ada 1001 alasan menolak perubahan. Malahan mereka berperang dengan perubahan. Ada yang menang, namun lebih banyak yang kalah. Belakangan mereka mengeluhkan kehidupan, bahkan mungkin komplain kepada Tuhan. Kedua, mereka yang hanya menyaksikan perubahan. Angin perubahan tak mereka tolak, namun juga tak memberi manfaat. Mereka tetap seperti apa sebelumnya. Perubahan bukanlah ancaman, namun juga bukan karunia, apalagi anugerah. Perlahan mereka digulung oleh perubahan, sehingga mereka perlahan tersingkir. Perubahan jadi ratapan dan air mata. Mereka sadar sedang terjadi perubahan. Mereka mungkin ingin mengikuti perubahan. Namun, tak ada biduk atau apalagi kapal bersama mereka. Mereka menanti uluran tangan kita, mengajak mereka turut serta. Ketiga, mereka yang mengikuti perubahan. Mereka bahkan mampu memanfaatkan perubahan. Karena mereka memasang kincir ketika angin datang. Mereka siap dan sadar dengan perubahan. Perubahan memberikan nilai tambah kehidupan. Perubahan adalah karunia dan anugerah. Mereka mampu melihat sisi positif perubahan. Mereka tak bersembunyi di balik 1001 alasan. Mereka sudah menyiapkan kapal perubahan sejak lama untuk mengarungi gelombang. Mereka visioner, antisipatif, mempelajari masa depan. Keempat, mereka yang menciptakan perubahan. Mereka membuat dunia tercengang. Mereka membentuk peradaban. Mereka menginginkan dunia menjadi lebih baik. Mereka tampil dengan ide-ide cemerlang. Mungkin tak semua manusia sanggup memikirkannya, apalagi harus mengikuti mereka untuk mewujudkannya. Hari ini harus lebih baik daripada hari kemarin, hari esok harus lebih baik daripada hari ini. Dan itu hanya dilakukan melalui perubahan. Demikian sabda alam yang dia pikirkan. Perubahan itu membawa peradaban. Namun tak semua manusia menerima perubahan, apalagi menciptakan perubahan. Mental manusia mengikuti kurva perubahan, butuh waktu untuk penyadaran. Tapi sekali lagi, perubahan tetap suatu keniscayaan karena dia membentuk perubahan. Perubahan bukanlah sekedar ingin berubah, perubahan harus membawa kemaslahatan. Perubahan harus dibingkai kebaikan. Yang manakah Anda? Menolak perubahan, mengikuti perubahan, menyaksikan perubahan, atau yang menciptakan perubahan? Terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu.
Brilliant. Pak Anta, your closing remark, please.
I cannot say anything. You know, it's really beautiful about change everything. Yeah, I agree, and yeah, it's maybe I'm echoing what Pak Riri said. Which one of you are following the changing, or you are being the changers? Which one? Or only one to watch? The change is already happening, and then you see why I'm here, and then you just doing guitar on your gang, waiting what is going on with my life, like that. And yeah, it's up to you. I'm echoing what Pariri said. So that is my last. Which one do you want to be? Game changers, or just a game players, or even only a spectators? Which one? It's up to you. Thank you.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention. But before we close this panel discussion or panel session, I would like to sum up our discussion. Creativity is not necessarily innovation. Innovation requires creativity to be possible. Creativity requires innovation to be useful. If we have a brainstorm meeting and dream up dozens of new ideas, then we have displayed creativity. But there's no innovation yet until something gets implemented. Today, we can barely imagine functioning without digital access in just about everything we do. It took creativity and innovation to make it a reality. Thank you so much again for your attention, your question and everything. And congratulations to Faculty of Economics and Business for this international seminar. And I return this event to the MC. Thank you so much.
Thank you for all the panels and our beloved moderator.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is the presentation of the material present by first speaker, Riri Satria, as a Commissioner PT Jakarta International Container Terminal, founder and CEO, Value Element Advisory. And second speaker, Igede Putu Rahman Desianta, Professional Institute Coordinator of Indonesian Young Entrepreneur Association, Blockchain Center Bali.
In order to express our gratitude, we are honorably present to all the panel speakers and moderator biggest appreciation from the Dean, Faculty of Economic and Business, Udayana University. We'll give an awarding charter to our panel speakers and moderator.
Next, we also invite the chair of the International Webinars Committee of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Ida Ayu Metia Pratiwi, SAMSE.
For the Dean, Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University, the time is yours.
For the Dean, Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University, the chair of the International Webinar Committee of the Faculty of Economics and Business, all the panel speakers, moderator, and participants. Before we continue to our last session, let's take a memorable picture.
This is the agenda for the group photo session. To all invited guests who were on the stage to return to the place. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the end of the webinar International Dies Natalis of the Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite the Dean Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University to give his closing speech and process to the official closing International Webinar 2022, which is marked by beating the microphone for 3 times. For the Dean Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, MC, for your opportunity. Oke, Bapak dan Ibu, anak-anak sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, now the time comes to an end. Actually, we are happy and we are lucky to have these 3 presenters coming into our international seminar, but we have the time allocations for the seminar, so unfortunately, we have to, or we need to close the event. Okay, I will start the closing speech by stating to the Excellency Dr. Paul Harrigan, Associate Professor of Marketing at University of Western Australia, Our Excellency Mr. Riri Satria, Our Excellency Bapak Igede Putu Rahman Desianta, Vice Dean, Head of the Study Program, Head of Unit, and Head of the Administration Office at the Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University. Our distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear friends of economics and business, Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. First of all, to all distinguished speakers, I am feeling lucky to have all of you as our speakers. I have followed your presentation thoroughly and have taken note about all of your key points that we can apply to transform our business process to the digital one. As the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University, I would also like to thank all the distinguished speakers for all your thought and your contribution to the seminar. It is a great honor to have all of you here. Hopefully, in the near future, we can meet together either in Australia, either in Jakarta, or in Bali, Indonesia, either it is in FAB or in HIPMI office, to further continue our discussion about this agenda. And before I close the event, to all of the participants, I'm hopeful that you enjoy this international seminar, either the participant from the online side, our WebEx services, or offline in the BH buildings. I hope you get some key points that you can apply into your business process so that your organization can enhance its digital transformation capabilities. To all the committee, especially the vice deans for academic and planning affairs, the head and the vice head of the committee, Ms. Dayu Mesia and Bayu, and all of the team, to Mr. Moderator as well, Mr. Agus Ardiana, PhD, all the supporting team, my friends, my colleagues in the Faculty of Economics and Business, to our media and our official media partner, media streamer. I would like to offer my thanks to all of you. Your efforts make this international seminar run very smoothly and very successful. Lastly, I do apologize for any inconvenience made during your participation in this international seminar. On behalf of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University, I officially close this international seminar and hopefully to see you soon at another FAB DS Natalis event, such as the first one. We will start at 5 p.m. in the south parking area of this FAB campus. We will have plenty of bands and plenty of entertainment over there, and tomorrow we will have a national artist run to play here, to have their concert here. So we cordially invite you to attend our Dies Natalis or our another Dies Natalis FAB event. And again, I officially close this international seminar by hitting the microphone 3 times. Thank you. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Thank you to Agus Ganesha Rayuda, SAMT PhD, for the closing remarks. To the Dean Faculty of Economic and Business, Udayana University, you may return to the prescribed seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, this event is supported by Barakuda,
Ude Buana,
Ude Kayana,
Rahayu Catering,
Warung Monyer,
Jayanti Makeup,
Make Up by Indrayani,
Beuna Makeup,
Anesthesia Makeup,
Gubuk Baju,
Dharmawanta House of Enda,
Wardah Beauty Bali,
Teh Pucuk,
Bali Ambassador Tour and Travel,
Manikam Studio,
CV Sastra Utama,
Morodadi Sport Bali,
Bedugul Gadget Bali,
Bank BPD Bali,
and Bank BNI. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we had productive and inspiring time together, and this event is about to come to a very end session. Thank you very much for your kind intention, and
see you next time.
akademika, Fakultas Ekonomi. Semangat ekuilibrium, wawasan jauh ke depan, sejahterakan bangsa. Semangat ekuilibrium, Fakultas Ekonomi, pasti tetap jaya. Mari tingkatkan sumber daya kita, belajar tekun penuh semangat. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita, semoga tetap jaya. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita, semoga tetap jaya, tetap jaya, tetap jaya. Satukan tekad masa depan kita, jadi kader penerus bangsa. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita, melangkah ke depan, mengabdi pada bangsa dan negara, berbakti pada Tuhan Yang Esa, dalam kemasivitas akademika, Fakultas Ekonomi. Semangat ekuilibrium, wawasan jauh ke depan, sejahterakan bangsa. Semangat ekuilibrium, Fakultas Ekonomi, pasti tetap jaya. Mari tingkatkan sumber daya kita, belajar tekun penuh semangat. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita, semoga tetap jaya. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita, semoga tetap jaya, tetap jaya, tetap jaya. Satukan tekad masa depan kita, jadi kader penerus bangsa. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita, melangkah ke depan, mengabdi pada bangsa dan negara, berbakti pada Tuhan Yang Esa, dalam kemasivitas akademika, Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita, semoga tetap jaya. Mari tingkatkan sumber daya kita, belajar tekun penuh semangat. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita, semoga tetap jaya. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita, semoga tetap jaya, tetap jaya, tetap jaya. Fakultas Ekonomi. Semangat ekuilibrium, wawasan jauh ke depan, sejahterakan bangsa. Semangat ekuilibrium, Fakultas Ekonomi, pasti tetap jaya. Mari tingkatkan sumber daya kita, belajar tekun penuh semangat. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita, semoga tetap jaya. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita, semoga tetap jaya, tetap jaya, tetap jaya. Satukan tekad masa depan kita, jadi kader penerus bangsa. Fakultas Ekonomi Udayana kita, melangkah ke depan, mengabdi pada bangsa dan negara, berbakti pada Tuhan Yang Esa, dalam kemasivitas akademika.